qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's clogged again.
Your drain?
Just had it cleared.
You didn't call Apollo Plumbing.
How can you tell?
Because your drain's clogged again.
So frustrating.
We can clear that drain.
That's what the last guy said.
We'll clear it, guaranteed.
He said that too.
Apollo Plumbing will clear your drain, or it's free.
Wait, what?
Apollo Plumbing clears your drain.
Or it's free?
Yep.
What's the catch?
No catch.
Fine print?
Apollo Plumbing clears your main drain for $83.
$83 or it's free?
And we'll even give you a camera inspection.
Because?
It's the best way to find what's causing your clog.
But that's extra.
Nope. Included.
No extra charge?
Not 1 cent.
$83 or it's free.
All it takes is an accessible outside cleanout.
And an Apollo plumber.
No clog is safe from Apollo Plumbing.
And just like that, my main drain is...
Draining again.
How can you...
Apollo plumbers are that good.
$83 or it's free.
You call, we come.
My drain's draining again.
Guaranteed.
$83 or it's free.
As it should be.
Apollo Plumbing.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Call or click 811 before you dig. Anything that causes you to roll up your sleeves a little and dig in requires you to first connect with 811. Call or click 811 and visit safeexcavator.com.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
If you build a relationship, then it becomes easier. If you build trust, it becomes easier. As a parent, you want what's best for your child. To give them the love that a child needs is probably the best thing you can do for a teenager.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. Visit adoptuskids.org to learn more. A message brought to you by Adopt US Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
You took the first step and quit smoking, but even former smokers may still be at risk for lung cancer. That's why SaveByTheScan.org wants you to know about a new low-dose CT scan that can detect lung cancer early. It takes only 60 seconds and could save your life. You took the first step, now take the next. Visit SaveByTheScan.org for a simple quiz to see if you're eligible and talk to your doctor about screening. SaveByTheScan.org is brought to you by the American Lung Association's Lung Force Initiative and the Ad Council.
Thanks for being with us. A man from Southwest Florida is being hailed a hero after risking his life to save a bald eagle struggling in a lake that's home to alligators. 69-year-old Doug Hay of Lakewood Ranch heard a loud splash behind his home and saw an eagle flailing in the middle of the lake. Fox 13 Tampa Bay is fully aware the waters were home to a 7-foot alligator. Hay swam nearly 100 yards to reach the distressed bird. When he arrived, the eagle latched onto his arm with its sharp talons. Exhausted from the swim, Hay managed to return to shore. A wildlife trapper who responded said the eagle had an injury to his chest, probably from a gator bite. It's believed the alligator left the eagle alone when Mr. Hay jumped in the lake. The bird will need several weeks to recover. Meanwhile, Hay sustained some scratches during the rescue, but has no regrets. He said that eagle is the symbol of America, and he'd do it all again. That'll do it for this hour. For Nicole Murray and Mike Gavin, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
Hey, it's Doctors King and Copstein from K2 Vision. If you're at the stage where you need readers, whether you've had LASIK or not, it may be time to consider K2 Vision RLE. I tell my King LASIK patients, laser vision correction won't solve the eventual need for reading glasses due to an aging, dysfunctional lens.
But K2 Vision RLE will. It's not a question of if your lens becomes dysfunctional, it's when. At that point, you'll need reading glasses and could benefit from refractive lens exchange, a permanent solution to distance, intermediate, and near vision problems. In other words, no glasses, no contacts, and no readers.
And no cataracts.
Exactly. After K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless.
And because we've performed over 100,000 procedures and followed the outcomes, we have the experience to know if RLE is right for you.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. And let's get your vision feeling young again, permanently.
Go to K2 Vision RLE.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
Growing airport delays.
Airlines have been canceling flights, and we have safety issues, plain and simple.
Canada's Prime Minister at the White House.
I guess he wants to make a deal.
cutting Pentagon brass.
Less generals, more GIs.
Good morning. I'm Steve Kathan. With the CBS World News Roundup, there's no let-up to the chaos at one of the busiest airports in the country. Around 900 flights have been canceled in and out of Newark Airport over the past week. Delays for other flights have lasted several hours, affecting travelers from coast to coast. Here's CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
9 days of travel misery as hours-long delays and cancellations continue to pile up at Newark Airport due to an FAA staffing nightmare.
We've gotten 3 delays so far, but we're not set to take off for a couple hours.
Alaska Airlines CEO Ben Menicucci.
We have to be very vigilant with these issues and stay on top of it and communicate with the FAA and hopefully mitigate it. We don't want to fly if there's any question whether safety is going to be put at risk. So what you do is you slow things down. You slow things down so you can operate safely. But those delays are just too long.
This group of friends stranded in Newark are hoping their 6th try will be the flight that actually takes them home to L.A.
We're supposed to be at work tomorrow.
With no passports and non-compliant driver's licenses, they worry Wednesday's Real ID deadline could be another travel trouble.
That's going to put us in a pickle if you don't get back home soon.
Mattel says it's going to have to raise prices for some products sold in the U.S. to offset costs related to President Trump's tariffs. The maker of Barbie dolls and other toys says it is trying to diversify its manufacturing base away from China. CBS's Nancy Cordes has more on the reaction to the president's call for a tariff on films produced outside the U.S.
I'm not looking to hurt the industry. I want to help the industry.
President Trump's surprise announcement came after a meeting with actor Jon Voight, one of his so-called Hollywood ambassadors.
It's an industry now that's really left. It's abandoned the USA, where it started.
For film companies that rely on cheaper production overseas, it was a shock.
Everybody's very worried. It's our industry. It's what we've always done. It's our passion. So if this comes to reality, then this could all just go away tomorrow.
The recent blockbuster Minecraft movie was filmed partially in Canada. Today, Canada's new Prime Minister, Mark Carney, will make his first visit to the White House. His country has been targeted by many Trump tariffs.
I'm not sure what he wants to see me about, but I guess he wants to make a deal.
Trump has repeatedly vowed to make Canada the 51st state. On the eve of this visit, Trump's Commerce Secretary slammed Canada's government and its exports.
They have their socialist regime, and it's basically feeding off of America. I mean, the president calls that out all the time. Why do we make cars in Canada? Why do we do our films in Canada? Come on.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is moving to cut 20% of 4-star generals, and the National Guard is being told to reduce the same amount among top leadership. CBS News military analyst Jeff McCausland says it raises questions.
Are we actually politicizing the military even more and looking for senior officers, particularly at the 4-star rank, who are more politically loyal as opposed to being more efficient and more professional in how they perform their duty?
Congresswoman Nancy Pelosi, whose California district represents the island where the former prison Alcatraz is located, says President Trump's call to reopen and expand it is, quote, not a serious one. CBS's Elizabeth Cook says the place is now a mecca for visitors.
More than 1 million tourists take a boat from San Francisco to Alcatraz each year. In the 1940s and 50s, there was no prison harsher than Alcatraz.
It's a small prison. Its maximum capacity was 336.
John Martini gave tours for the National Park Service, which took over what remains of the site. Is Alcatraz in any way, shape, or form ready to be a prison right now?
No, there's no running water, there's no sanitation, there's no heat.
Gone, too, would be the $60 million tourism dollars generated for the National Park Service and its partners.
Anticipation is building in Rome ahead of the conclave that will elect the next pope. CBS's Chris Livesay says it all begins tomorrow.
Vatican staff involved in the conclave, from cooks to cleaners, have taken their oath of secrecy. The punishment for breaking that oath? Excommunication. Now, the Cardinals will take their own oath tomorrow inside the Sistine Chapel.
Coming up on 5 minutes after the hour.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Don't you wish your life came with a warning app?
Stop. That dog does not want to be petted.
Just a little heads up before something bad happens.
Move your coffee cup away from your computer.
Oh, no. So you can have more control.
Stop. You're texting your boss. by mistake.
Uh-oh. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Warning, the cap is loose on that catch-up.
Ugh. Don't wait. You have the power to change the outcome. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
The Department of Education says Harvard University will receive no new federal grants until it meets a series of demands from the Trump administration. Earlier, the administration froze $2.2 billion in federal grants to Harvard, and President Trump is pushing to strip the school of its tax-exempt status. We're hearing from the Columbia University student who was taken into custody by ICE agents in Vermont when he went to a U.S. citizenship interview. CBS's Lilia Luciano.
Mohsin Madawi says he was hopeful but surprised when a federal judge ordered his release last week.
I was reassured in my heart of the belief that justice will prevail and the justice system is functioning.
Madawi, a Palestinian green card holder, led student protests against the war in Gaza. He was arrested last month while attending his final citizenship test.
The Trump administration is urging a federal district court to dismiss a lawsuit from 3 states challenging the FDA's move expanding access to the drug mifepristone. It's a request initially made by the Biden administration last year and the challenge to the pill that's used to terminate early pregnancy. For the second time in less than 2 years, the drugstore chain Rite Aid is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection. The company says stores will remain open for now, but it will begin a process to sell its assets. CBS's Naomi Ruckham has more on the mix of celebrity and glittering fashion last night in New York City.
The theme for this year's Met Gala, Super Fine. Tailoring Black style.
It's an honor because it celebrates us.
It was the first Met show exclusively highlighting Black designers and the first in more than 2 decades focused on menswear.
The organizer of a GoFundMe page for the fan who fell out of the stands and onto the field during a Major League Baseball game in Pittsburgh last week says he took his first steps since that fall yesterday. 20-year-old Kevin Markwood suffered a broken neck and back. Time on the roundup, 8 past the hour.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It was a good day yesterday for an American swimming star who has seen triumph and tragedy.
Thank you. I'm emotional.
That feeling because Gary Hall Jr. lost his Olympic medals in the recent California wildfires, but he has been presented with replicas of the 10 medals during an International Olympic Committee ceremony in Switzerland.
I can't thank the Olympic movement enough for their support through this very difficult time.
The swimming great said that he'll try to take better care of these medals. Jennifer Kuiper, CBS News.
Variety reports Marvel Studios is wasting no time spoiling the ending of its new summer film Thunderbolts. A giant billboard in L.A. promoting the movie got a facelift as the title changed from Thunderbolts to The New Avengers. The poster on ticketing websites like Fandango also changed to read The New Avengers. That's the roundup. I'm Steve Kathan, CBS News.
KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO News Radio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Multiple arrests made at the University of Washington after pro-Palestinian protesters refused to leave the new interdisciplinary engineering building on campus. According to the university's newspaper, last night the group was protesting Boeing's financial ties to the building. The group wants the university to cut both financial and educational ties with Boeing. They accuse Boeing of having ties to violence happening in Israel, referencing the company's defense contracts. Meanwhile, a storage facility went up in flames in Everett Monday night. South County Fire says it started burning around 6:30. Firefighters captured some of the flames. The storage facility is behind the Safeway near Stickney Lake. South County Fire says it involved 13 units that were destroyed. Crews were able to save a shop connected to a unit that burned. Luckily, no one is injured. It's not clear what sparked the fire, but we have calls out to learn more. An 11-year-old boy was arrested after police say he brought knives to a middle school. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office confirms this is the same 11-year-old who tried to stab another student just a month ago. Deputies went to Alderwood Middle School just after 3 yesterday afternoon. They say they found 2 knives on the boy when they got there. School had already been dismissed for the day, and there were no injuries reported. Deputies in Pierce County responded to reports of a car stopped in the middle of a busy intersection over the weekend. The vehicle had no flashing lights, and inside a man appeared to be asleep behind the wheel.
Can you put the car in park?
Put the car in
Do
park.
not start the car. It's the police.
After several tense minutes, the man stepped out, but deputies immediately spotted a gun.
You're reaching.
Reaching?
You never seen police shoot someone for reaching for a gun? Okay, we're putting you in handcuffs for now.
Deputies found no signs of impairment, and the man insisted he was simply tired. He was later booked for reckless endangerment. There's been a big break in the case of a fatal hit and run in South Seattle. KIRO 7 TV's Deborah Horn reports police now have a suspect in custody.
A motorcycle driver struck a middle-aged couple in the crosswalk and never stopped. Surveillance video shows 57-year-old Min Wong and her 59-year-old husband going down. Wong hung on for just a day and a half. She died on Easter Sunday. Seattle Police Detective Eric Munoz announced the arrest Monday afternoon.
The 43-year-old man responsible for the fatality hit-and-run collision that occurred a couple weeks ago.
This comes after Seattle police released a clearer photograph of the suspect and his motorcycle, sparking a remarkable reaction from the public.
A former Seattle Seahawk has been arrested in connection with a domestic violence incident. KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay reports.
Cleveland Browns linebacker Devin Bush was charged with harassment and misdemeanor simple assault over the weekend. He allegedly chased his girlfriend through his house in suburban Pittsburgh and smashed her cell phone. Bush is a former first-round draft pick who spent 4 seasons with the Pittsburgh Steelers and 1 with the Seattle Seahawks before signing with the Browns last year. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The University of Washington is mourning the passing of a basketball pioneer. Richard Cruz was the first black player on UW's men's basketball team. The university says he died yesterday morning of Alzheimer's. He made history 70 years ago when he integrated the university's basketball program. Cruz was 89 years old. And now for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic. Tacoma to Seattle, about 26 minutes right now. Puyallup to Renton, 21. Renton to Bellevue, about 23 minutes. And Everett to Seattle, about 28 minutes. And for your KIRO News Radio forecast on this Tuesday, we've got clear skies right now and prepare for it to be the warmest day of the year so far. The high will be 77. Right now, it's about 50 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Crime and Punishment, our weekly check-in with Casey McNerthy at the King County Prosecutor's Office. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with the KIRO News Radio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO News Radio, Northwest News.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News is brought to you by Closets by Design Seattle.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
Well, you're getting ready every morning. Make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
From whiplash to herniated discs, there are a few car accident injuries we've all heard of. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains that even the most common injuries differ from one another.
Pre-existing conditions, health history, beginning of treatment. There are hundreds of factors that make every person and every injury unique. While these variables aid medical treatment, the strongest case recoveries must also take them into account.
Can you explain a little bit more?
Our team at Pendergast Law is obsessed with turning over every stone to differentiate each case. This requires thorough investigation, diligent listening, and relentless research. We never pursue cases with a one-size-fits-all approach. We built our success by treating every injury and every case with the individualized attention our clients need and deserve.
Pendergast Law's individualized approach to even the most common injuries makes the difference in case outcomes. It's another reason why I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
It's time to break up with bad contractors. You know the ones. They ghost your calls, cancel on you, and leave a mess behind. Ready to settle down? Swipe right on Valentine Roofing. Our team delivers seamless communication, maintains meticulous job sites, and we stand by our work with a lifetime warranty. Valentine Roofing offers an upfront and honest approach to roofing. So, say goodbye to bad contractor relationships and hello to Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling us at 206 Roofing.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer K-Guard Gutter System. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. These top-of-the-line guards are exclusively available only at Guardian. K-Guard is designed to keep debris out, and their durability means they look great year-round without rusting or warping. Ready for hassle-free gutters? Protect your home with Guardian. To learn more about Guardian's exclusive K-Guard gutter system, call today or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Spike O'Neill for Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. And let me tell you, everything is my eyes, everything. The vision is everything in your life. But when your eyes start to go, it affects everything you do. And I had lost quality of vision over the years, began to need readers, began to lose readers faster than I could buy them. I knew it was time to get my eyes looked at. So I went to the offices over in Bellevue, Sharp Vision, Modern LASIK and Lens. They gave me a comprehensive eye exam, told me exactly what my situation was, the beginning of cataract in my eye, and I was a perfect candidate for RLE, refractive lens exchange. They answered all my questions. I had the same care team from the start of my simple procedure in half an afternoon, and I was cared for. My anxieties were eased. The procedure went smooth as glass. And I got to tell you, I've got better eyes than I've ever had in my life. I've got 20/10 vision. I see brighter colors. I see sharper images. And I will never need readers, and I will never develop cataract. They are the future of RLE surgeries. Over 80,000 successful lens replacement surgeries. Give them a call at 425-451-2020. That's 425-451-2020, or online at sharp-vision.com, sharp with an e-vision.com, official eye care providers of Sounders FC.
Keeping you informed since 1974.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Monday morning on Seattle's Morning News. That makes it time for Crime and Punishment with Casey McNerney with the King County Prosecutor's Office. Casey, this is a story I think that kind of went under the radar, but there was a sentencing on Friday for a woman who basically committed just a horrific crime.
Yeah, this was a terrible case out of Renton where she went to her ex-husband's house and tied up one of their children and waited for her ex-husband to get home, also tied up another one of the children, killed one, tried to kill the husband, the gun jammed, which is why he survived. And so she was convicted and sentenced on Friday for murder, attempted murder, and unlawful imprisonment. What King County prosecutors wanted was the maximum under the sentencing range, which was 39 years. Her defense said, no, we don't want her to have to die in prison because she's 58 now. And they wanted 20 years. So ultimately, it was up to a judge who came down with a sentence on Friday of 32 and a half years.
So this is a mother who ties up and kills her 14-year-old child in front of her other child and her ex-husband. That's a lot to deal with. And you are sending prosecutors out to the scene of these crimes. How do they process stuff like this?
Really, they're exceptional people to be able to still care and not completely shut off their emotions when you go through the secondary trauma of seeing a scene like that. Don Raz is the senior deputy prosecutor who handled this case. And what the folks from that team do is they start at the crime scene when it happens. They go to see that before it's been cleaned up, and then they go to the autopsy, and then through each of the steps of the process, meeting with the families, the survivors. And Don's a great example of somebody who is still himself, who's still thoughtful and compassionate and unique, but can really compartmentalize the difficult work of that unit, but still be human too. And I asked him one time how he does it, and here's what his answer was.
Again, you really have to have this mindset that what you're observing at that point is evidence. And I know that sounds shocking to a person who doesn't do this as their work, but I view that whatever made this person human has now passed on by the time I show up to the scene.
So really, he's compartmentalizing.
Yeah. These are hard details to hear about in cases like this one and others, but hopefully it's reassuring for folks to know that there's people like Don who have been doing this since the 1990s, and who still can be thoughtful and human about it, doing that hard work every day.
It's very difficult to even talk about and hear details on a case like that.
Yeah.
So let's lighten it up a little bit and talk about some good news about a new judge.
Yeah. Ben Santos is a guy who worked in our office for years, and he starts this week as a Superior Court judge. And he's, he had his ceremony, the swearing-in ceremony last week at the Filipino Community Center in Seattle, where he grew up and where for years his dad was in the band, and his family started that, or was part of starting that community center years and years ago. And it was such a cool event. I wish that you could have been there to see it in person. When you have those events that you go to once every few years, where every single person is happy and excited, that's just what it was like. And this is also the first judicial appointment from Governor Bob Ferguson, and Ben becomes the first Filipino American appointed to the Superior Court bench in Washington. So it's and it was great to see everybody there. I mean, because folks from IT were there, and he worked for a long time as a senior deputy prosecutor. So of course his fellow prosecutors were there too. But when the IT folks show up because they like Ben so much, or the front office staff, or the HR folks, when you look around and there were so many people who were excited to see this moment for him. And here's the little clip from Ben's speech.
Next week, when Mr. Wynn calls the court to order and says those two words of "all rise," I will stop for a moment and I'll think about my stories. I will think about your stories, and I will remind myself that not unlike tonight, it will not be about me. It will be about us as I work to uphold the law, as I work to protect the Constitution, and as I work to fulfill the promise of access to justice for all, to ensure that dream, our dream, the American dream, never dies. Thank you for being here.
So that's Superior Court Judge Ben Santos getting sworn in last week. Casey McNerney, thanks for your time today.
It's great to see you both.
For your KIRO Newsradio forecast, clear skies this morning. Get ready for the sunshine. Today will be the warmest day of the year. We'll reach a high of 77 in Seattle. Right now, it's about 48 degrees. Coming up, longtime CBS News broadcaster Peter Van Zandt dives deep on a mysterious death from the Northwest on his new podcast. We'll hear all about it next. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Before taking your next flight, you'll need to be prepared. Start off with a visit to RealIDWA.com.
New ID requirements for travel go into effect on May 7th, 2025.
There are multiple forms of ID you can use.
Whatever option you choose, make sure you have it with you before heading to the airport.
That way, you can travel stress-free.
Don't wait. Prepare today so we can fly together.
It's your final boarding call for Real ID.
Visit realidwa.com.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch!
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it in some.
The next Mariners homestand is on deck. Join in for the Mother's Day weekend series Friday through Sunday in a marquee matchup against the Yankees starting Monday, May 12th. Then the fun picks up again with a 3-day Randy Arozarena bobblehead giveaway, May 27th through 29th. Get your tickets at mariners.com.
Hey, Brock Heward here, along with IRG Physical and Hand Therapy President and CEO Shannon O'Kelly. Now, Shannon, I need to ask you if what I've been hearing is true. You don't need a referral, really, to see a physical therapist in the state of Washington?
That's exactly right, Brock. The state of Washington is a state that has what's called direct access. That means that if you get up in the morning, for example, and you hurt your back or did something to your muscles or tendons or joints, you can call a physical therapist directly, and we can get you in that same day and start your care and your recovery process.
How can patients get scheduled with IRG?
Oh, it's easy. You just contact us at irgpt.com. We'll direct you to our concierge service, and we'll take care of all that for you. We handle all the authorization, verification. We want our patients to understand their insurance benefits and what the outcomes are going to be with their visit to IRG Physical and Hand Therapy.
Please, please, please don't let injuries keep you from your passion. Schedule online today at irgpt.com and start the journey back to your best self.
If you're worried your friend may be struggling, remember, you don't have to be there to be there.
You could say, how are you, or get a fake tattoo. You could ask with an app if it works for you. You could chat on the game, kick off your flip-flops. You could ask on your couch while you binge watch. Whatever gets you talking.
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Learn how you can help at seizetheawkward.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, and the JED Foundation.
Join in on the conversation by sending a text to 888-973-5476. That's 888-973-KIRO.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
I love delivery.
How so?
Nearly anything delivered to me, just a click or call away.
Something, same day.
Right.
Everything you want.
Well, not not quite everything.
Oh?
If only I could have more hot water delivered.
Running short?
My water heater.
Getting old?
Guess so.
Good news.
What?
We deliver hot water same day.
Wait.
Apollo Plumbing same-day water heater replacement.
Right, you're Dan.
You call, we come.
I'm in hot water.
In a good way.
Same day?
We'll pull out the old.
And put in the new.
You can even upgrade to a tankless water heater.
So I'm never out of hot water again.
Zip, zam, zoom, just like that.
Only thing?
Yeah?
My budget's a wee snug.
No worries. Apollo offers easy payments.
On water heaters.
With approved credit, sure.
Same day.
A big blue Apollo truck can be on its way.
Easy payments.
So you can replace that old one now.
And you'll haul away the old one?
Of course.
Told you I love home delivery.
Sure.
Gotta love Apollo Plumbing, too.
Just doing our job.
Same day water heater replacement.
ApolloPlumbing.com.
Stop struggling to get your job post seen on other job sites. Indeed's sponsored jobs feature helps you stand out and hire fast. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
If you want a dream bathroom without a humongous price tag, now's the time to call Bathfitter Northwest. Ursula Roytine here. I picked Bathfitter because they are the original one-day bath remodeler. They're a local family-owned business that's been around for 40 years. They own every step in the process to make sure you get the best quality product and the best value. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Why would you choose anyone else? Call Bathfitter today.
KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM Northwest News. Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and mynorthwest.com.
Good morning. I'm Katrina Gashard. Tariffs will be on the agenda when Canada's newly elected leader arrives at the White House today. Prime Minister Mark Carney has vowed to fight back against President Trump's trade war, which may soon impact Hollywood. The president said he wants a 100% tariff on movies filmed outside of the U.S. CBS's Nancy Cordes has more.
For film companies that rely on cheaper production overseas, it was a shock.
Everybody's very worried. It's our bottom line. It's our industry. It's what we've always done. It's our passion. So if this comes to reality, then this could all just go away tomorrow.
Trump's announcement pushed entertainment stocks down as the White House insisted that actually no final decisions on foreign film tariffs have been made and that the administration is exploring all options.
Multiple arrests made at the University of Washington after pro-Palestinian protesters refused to leave the new interdisciplinary engineering building on campus. According to the university's newspaper, last night the group was protesting Boeing's financial ties to the building. This protester tells KIRO 7 TV.
We would like to rid Boeing's influence from campus completely, as well as other companies that profit from war. And we'd also like to expose the repressive tactics of American universities and the way that they've gone after anti-genocide protesters by expelling them, having them arrested, and even deported.
The group accuses Boeing of having ties to violence happening in Israel, referencing the company's defense contracts. Illegal and a moral failing. That's what Washington Attorney General is saying at his office joins a lawsuit challenging cuts made to the Department of Health and Human Services. AG Nick Brown argues the federal government has left the health agency without enough resources to serve the American people. The coalition of 19 states and the District of Columbia are asking a judge to halt mass firings at HHS and restore recently cut services and programs. Federal Way police have identified a suspect in Saturday's deadly stabbing. Detectives are looking for 37-year-old Jose Linares Morales, accused of killing a man at Cove Apartments. Police first thought it was a shooting, but now confirmed the victim was stabbed during a family dispute. They say Morales took off in a victim's 2018 gray Honda Pilot with license plate CLW4096. If you know anything, detectives would like you to call. And new surveillance video out of Pierce County captures the moment investigators say a man tried to get revenge for getting kicked out of a bar. It happened on Pacific Avenue South on Sunday. The suspect was caught on video using his truck as a battering ram, crashing into the bar's front doors and taking off. But it didn't take long for deputies to find the damaged truck and the truck's owner.
Turn around. Turn around. Oh, you're being placed under arrest, okay? We'll talk about it in a minute.
The 51-year-old is facing a slew of charges, including felony harassment, reckless endangerment, vandalism, and hit and run. Benson Boone fans could add a Seattle concert to their list of beautiful things.
And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way.
Boone will take center stage at Climate Pledge Arena on Sunday, October 5th. It's all part of Washington Native's American Heart Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. And for your KIRO News Radio real-time traffic, Federal Way to Seattle about 26, DeQuil to Bellevue about 17 right now, Issaquah to Seattle about 21 minutes. And for your forecast, clear skies this morning. Get ready for the sunshine. Today will be the warmest day of the year so far. We'll reach a high of 77. Right now, it's about 48 in downtown Seattle. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Your best source for local news, serving Western Washington and the world with a KIRO Newsradio app. Always streaming live on your smart speakers. You're listening to KIRO Newsradio, Northwest News.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO Newsradio.
Well, beginning Wednesday, a new podcast being released from the creators of 48 Hours is titled Trained to Kill, the Dog Trainer, the Heiress, and the Bodyguard. It's a new true crime limited series as being told by award-winning broadcaster for CBS News and Seattle native Peter Van Zandt, who joins us now on Seattle's Morning News. Peter, thanks for joining us this morning.
Hey, Charlie. Hi, Amanda. How are you?
Hi, we're great. Welcome back to your hometown.
Absolutely.
Tell us a little background on the story for people who don't remember. It's intriguing.
This is one of those off of a typewriter or a laptop of a Hollywood screenwriter. Mark Stover was this talented dog trainer. He was based up outside of Anacortes on an island called Ticket Island that was owned by, at the time, his wife, Linda Updike. She was an heiress to the Chateau San Michel winery. Her father, Wally, was co-owner of that, and he also owned K2, the skiing and snowboarding company. She needed her dog trained. She meets Mark Stover. They have a professional relationship, and over the course of 11 years, they build $1 million a year dog training business. Eddie Vedder from Pearl Jam was one of their clients. KIRO was one of their clients. And then things went bad after they got married after 11 years, and she noticed a dark side to him, so she decided she wanted a divorce. And she claims then after that occurred, Mark Stover started to stalk her, harass her, threaten her. She ended up moving over to Winthrop on the other side of the Cascade Mountains. He followed her. She had security cameras in this large mansion she lived in, and I was there with her. I saw all the black and white images of Stover trying to test all the doorknobs that he could find on the outside of the house to try to get into her. She ends up hiring a security specialist named Michael Oakes. They fall in love. There's a love triangle here. Mark Stover wants her back. She doesn't want that. Michael Oakes becomes involved, and then in October of 2009, an employee of the dog training business goes into his house. Enormous smell of bleach. There's blood on the floor, blood on the walls. No Mark Stover. There's a dog there. It's been shot 3 times in the head. That's whimpering. They call the cops, and the detective from Skagit County walks in. He says, "This blood tells a story, and it's a story of murder." And what unfolds is just a remarkable, you can't believe this stuff actually happens in real life. And for me, it's a very personal story. Anacortes is a place I've been to ever since, I was a small child, almost every year. My family are descendants from Orcas Island, among the original homesteaders. And so this was a deeply personal story for me.
It almost feels like this is a tailor-made story for Pacific Northwest. This is something that almost could only happen here. It
so is, and the thing that's so great when you're listening to it as a Northwestern person, I was involved deeply in the production and the writing of the podcast. And so, I found out about this story, and one of my best friends lives in Mount Vernon. He called me up one morning. I'm back in New York, and he said, "You're not going to believe what happened." Just down the road in Anacortes, I called and I got our people mobilized to get going on this, and I followed it, off and on for several years before we ended up doing a 2-hour version for 48 hours. But the podcast, I like to say, is the movie version with all the things we were never able to get to with the limits of television, is now in this 6-part podcast.
Peter Van Zandt, CBS News, of course, and his new podcast, Trained to Kill, the Dog Trainer, the Heiress, and the Bodyguard. Peter, I'm assuming we can find this anywhere we get our podcasts?
That's right. Wondery and Spotify and Apple. There already are 4 episodes that are out. The 5th one drops on May 7th in just 2 days, and then the final one on May 14th.
Sounds like a really great listen. We appreciate your time this morning. Seattle native Peter Van Zandt of CBS News.
Coming up, we'll have some national headlines. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
The John Curley Show, weekdays 3 to 7.
It's an exciting night at my house last night. Nick came home. She's all excited. This shirt she found was $80. So she's sitting there talking to me, and all of a sudden she goes, I can't breathe. Cut me out of it. I was like, cut you out of it? It was $80. She goes, I got it for $11. Why'd you even buy it? Because it was $80. I got it for $11. I knew it wouldn't fit, but it was so cheap.
Watch the John Curley Show live on YouTube, weekdays 3 to 7.
Have you heard the saying, chuck in a truck? The guy running a roofing company out of his messy pickup? Well, here's the scary part. Washington doesn't require a test or experience to be a licensed roofer, and they definitely don't require a brick and mortar location. Chuck could be working out of his apartment with 0 employees, hiring random guys off the street. Yikes. And the SBA says 90% of roofers are out of business within 5 years. Jim here, Chief Roof Nerd at RoofSmart, where we do things right. We have a real location on Central Avenue in Kent and a team of 50 full-time roofing pros who actually know what they're doing. We're not some fly-by-night outfit. We've put down roots, or in our case, a cement foundation, so you'll always know where to find us. No disappearing acts, no cut corners, just top-quality work from people you can trust. That's RoofSmart. Come see for yourself, or call us at 206-487-4877, or visit us online at GetRoofSmart.com. That's 206-487-4877 or GetRoofSmart.com.
Hartley Wilcox here from Wilcox Family Farms. I've really enjoyed meeting so many of you at our recent egg demo events. I'm often asked, are omega-3 eggs really better for you? They sure are. Omega-3 eggs are an incredible source of natural omega-3s, providing on average 3 times that of other eggs. Eating omega-3 eggs promotes strong bones and joints and is proven to reduce cholesterol and blood pressure. Choose Wilcox Family Farms eggs today. Locally fresh since 1909.
Your new beginning starts now. D.R. Horton has new construction homes available throughout the greater Seattle area. With spacious floor plans, flexible living spaces, and home technology packages, you can enjoy more cozy moments and sweet memories in your beautiful new home. With new home communities opening throughout the Seattle area, D.R. Horton has the ideal home for you. Visit drhorton.com to learn more. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Stay informed and entertained with Jake Skorheim and Spike O'Neill.
There's going to be a lot of audio. We're going to laugh at most of it because if you know,
have you seen The World lately?
Well, if you did anything else, you'd be crying.
Jake and Spike, weekdays noon to 3 on KIRO News Radio.
The team that gave me back my full head of hair, Advanced Hair, is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. Dr. Perungo and his world-class team begin regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And Advanced Hair guarantees your new hair will grow, just like they did for me. Find out why Advanced Hair is the best of the best. With your free consultation, you'll receive $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Head to Nisqually Red Wind Casino in May during the Lucky Run giveaway. You could win big with a dealership credit and more. Free entries every Friday and Saturday. Bonus entries for military VIPs and those 50 plus. Nisqually Red Wind Casino is the South Sound's premier destination. Voted best casino, best hosts, best promotions, and best for fun. Players can always get in on the action with specials and dining discounts at their casual or fine dining restaurants. More details at redwindcasino.com. Only at Nisqually Red Wind Casino, your VIP here.
CBS News Brief. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is sounding an alarm about managing U.S. air travel with the shortage of air traffic controllers and aging equipment.
The system that we're using is not effective to control the traffic that we have in the airspace today.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth is cutting 20% of 4-star active duty positions in the military.
This one is General and Flag Officer Reductions. That's the official title. My title is Less Generals, More GIs.
Last night's fundraising Met Gala in New York focused on black fashion designers for the first time, notes Vogue magazine's Anna Wintour.
This one has been particularly moving and important, I think, particularly at this moment in our political history. The fact that the museum is putting such a spotlight on the importance of black style.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
For your KIRO News Radio forecast, clear skies this morning. Get ready for the sunshine and sunny skies. Today will be the warmest day of the year. We'll reach a high of 77. Right now, it's about 48 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, CBS business analyst Jill Schlesinger on the big Federal Reserve meeting this week and how it could impact consumers. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
You know that cartoon of the three-eyed fish swimming in polluted water next to a nuclear power plant?
Yeah, classic.
I used to think that was real, but I just learned that nuclear energy waste isn't some glowing green goo. It's actually used fuel rods from nuclear reactors that made electricity.
Wait, so no barrels of leaking sludge?
No, solid used fuel rods are safely stored at all the nuclear power plants in the U.S., including the one in Richland.
So the cartoon fish isn't real?
Not even close. Learn the facts about nuclear energy and used fuel at energy-northwest.com.
Seattle's morning news on KIRO News Radio.
Monday morning means it's time to speak with CBS money analyst Jill Schlesinger, who is following a Fed meeting coming up later this week. And Jill, we are expecting basically no changes here?
Probably not. And the reason is that the Fed's really struggling to understand the impact of the announced tariffs on the economy. And so far, the only activity changes that we're seeing in a big way are those things that happen kind of before the tariffs. So, think about the Fed's got two big jobs: make sure the economy grows enough to create a job that for anyone who wants one. So that's called, create a full employment. And then on the other side, make sure prices don't go crazy, no inflation, no deflation. So here's what we know. The job market produced 177,000 jobs last month. It's not awesome. It's solid, though. And, it's sort of consistent of what we've seen in the last 6 or 9 months, about 150, 180,000 jobs a month, pretty much consistently. And very consistent with where the U.S. economy is in its economic cycle. Then on the other side, we know that prices in terms of inflation have drifted lower. They're not exactly where the Fed wants them to be, but they're drifting lower, and that's a good sign. But, in the first quarter of this year, we saw a lot of activity because there were businesses that said, oh, gosh, we got to buy a bunch of stuff and import it before tariffs take place. So we had this big rise in spending, which I think are going to reverse in the coming months. And then we had consumers buying things like cars and trying to get ahead of tariffs. And that kind of made the numbers seem a little bit different than what we think they're going to be. So now the Fed's got to kind of say, hey, look, we want to be able to lower interest rates. They do. I don't think they want interest rates at 4.25%, 4.5%, but they're really worried that we're going to see a resurgence in inflation. And until they really have the economic data, I think their idea is, let's just chill out. We have the next meeting will happen in May. If things have really collapsed at that point, we'll lower interest rates then. And if we see a resurgence in inflation, then we were right to do nothing.
How will President Trump react if they decide to make no change right now?
That would be not well. And I think that I say that sort of laughing because, look, the president has made his displeasure of Jerome Powell known. And you remember that, there was hot moment where the president was considering firing Powell. He even said it. He said that they were looking at it. His advisor said they were looking at it. And markets reacted very poorly. And there was a real concern that that was something that the president would consider. And, as much as people may not like the Federal Reserve or they may not like Jerome Powell, the idea of an independent Federal Reserve Bank is a very important one for consumers and for economists and for investors. And so they want to see the Fed chair just hang on to his job for the next year, and the president will make his appointment after that.
Jill, what I noticed on your JillOnMoney.com blog is basically my words, not yours, but the check engine light is on with credit card debt. What are you seeing there?
This is very concerning to me, at least. I was watching this because at the end of last year, the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia had some analysis, and they said that in the fourth quarter of last year, the percentage of accounts, that credit card accounts that were now past due, 30, 60, 90 days past due, actually was going up. So wrong direction. Like, wow, a lot of people struggling to keep up. And that indicates some consumer stress. And we found this out also when the nation's biggest banks reported their earnings a couple of weeks ago. Like JP Morgan Chase said, hey, we have to basically write off a bunch of credit card balances because we don't think that the folks who owe us this money, that they're going to pay it back. So that means that there is stress on the consumer, and it's not widespread, but just obviously, if you have a credit card balance and the average credit card rate is something like 22, 25, 29% in some cases, that's hard to pay off. And so those folks are really hoping that the Fed starts lowering interest rates, because then credit card interest rates will drop as well. They won't go down as far as the Fed rates, but it will be the right direction. But I think the Fed is concerned that not only are the people who are in debt having problems, but that overall, if you're going out and getting a car loan, even though the Fed doesn't control mortgage rates, but overall the rate structure is high, and that is not good. And it tends to be really hard on those folks who are middle to lower income earners.
Jill, when you talk about consumer stress, you also point out on your blog a new study that shows a lot of people are more worried about running out of money than they are death.
Okay, that just drove me to a different place, because I said, come on, how could that be? I mean, is this just that we're like given to hyperbole? We just, oh my God, I'm so worried. Okay, but it is true that the Allianz Life, big life insurance company, global life insurance company, they do a retirement study every year. And they're in their study, again, 64% of Americans, I'm worried more about running out of money than death. That's stunning to me. We have a lot of people who are really worried about retirement. They're worried about what's going to happen in the next 6 months. Now, I don't know if that's going to show up in the data, because sometimes you think about yourself. Sometimes I'm worried about something, but then if I'm going out to dinner right after that, I'm still spending money in the economy. So I can feel one way. The question is whether that shows up in data. Companies can say, I'm really worried about tariffs, but if they're not changing their habits and they're not cutting jobs, then the Fed's not going to really care about this. As soon as the emotions translate into actions, then the Fed is going to care. And I care just because I hear from people on my radio show and on my podcast that there's a lot of anxiety bubbling around consumers. And, for the middle or lower income people, it is the day-to-day struggle. And for the upper middle to the higher, it's just like consistent worry because of the big swings in markets and the big changes in policy. Listen, we're human beings. It's hard to process so much information. We are not microchips. We are not computers. So when there's a lot of day-to-day changes in policy and announcements, it can be overwhelming. And I think that's also what people are really reacting to.
CBS financial analyst Jill Schlesinger. Her show airs on KIRO on Sunday afternoons. I was listening just yesterday. It's a fun listen, Jill, so thanks for joining us, and we'll be tuning in this weekend.
Thanks for having me.
For your KIRO News radio forecast right now, we've got clear skies this morning. It'll warm up today, perhaps the warmest day of the year with a high of 77. Right now, it's about 48 in downtown Seattle. Coming up, Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor. I'm Katrina Gashard. You're listening to KIRO News Radio.
Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
With Choke Points, we try to answer listeners' questions. It can be as simple as a neighborhood stop sign, or it can be as big as the budget for transportation. I don't care. I'll find the answer for you. It's really easy to get a hold of me at mynorthwest.com. We have a direct link there that gets right to me. You can also do it in the app. You can hit me up on the text line.
Choke Points, presented by Carter Subaru. Tuesdays and Thursdays on KIRO Newsradio 97.3 FM.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Some kids never smile. They're embarrassed by their crooked teeth. They want braces like the other kids, but their families can't afford them. Some may even try to straighten their teeth themselves. That can make everything worse. Luckily, there's Donated Orthodontic Services, a program from the American Association of Orthodontists. It helps provide orthodontic treatment to kids and teens whose families can't afford it. For kids who apply, are approved, and are matched with a volunteer orthodontist, it can be life-changing. Their treatment is in the hands of an expert, a licensed local orthodontic specialist who improves their smiles by correctly aligning teeth and jaws. Some kids think they'll never smile again, but Donated Orthodontic Services may help them smile with confidence. To link to the application and eligibility requirements, visit aaoinfo.org.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places that I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I'm Macy House with Baird Global Investment Banking. In today's markets, global financial capabilities aren't worth much without personal attention to your priorities. Baird Banking, Research, and Private Equity professionals are located across 3 continents, sharing more than investment expertise. As employee owners of our firm, we all have a personal stake in your success, here in the Pacific Northwest and around the world. Discover the Baird difference. Visit rwbaird.com/Seattle.
If it's time for a new bath, go with a name you can trust, Bathfitter Northwest. Bathfitter is the original one-day bath remodeler, and right now they're offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today.
KIRO FM and HD1 Tacoma, Seattle.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Matt Piper. Rescue crews are back to searching now that it's light for a missing 10-year-old girl in Texas. She was swept away by rising floodwaters around 4:30 yesterday afternoon as storms moved through the city of Brenham. Mayor Atwood Conjura.
The response has been phenomenal, but it's such a swift water. Hearts go out to him. I mean, this is just something that shouldn't happen.
CBS News meteorologist Rob Marciano says more heavy rains and flooding is possible.
We got flood watches all the way to Mississippi, and we got storms that are firing up along I-20 and I-40, and they are motoring to Dallas in a hurry. So we've got heavy rain with us. We also have a level 3 out of 5 chances of seeing severe storms, including strong tornadoes, and that's from, say, Austin to Waco to Tyler and Lufkin down to Houston.
Tomorrow will mark 16 days since the death of Pope Francis, and it's also when the conclave begins for cardinals to elect a new pope. CBS's Mary Calvi from the Vatican.
While any of the men in the conclave may be elected, in fact, any baptized man can become pope, most are watching a handful of cardinals carefully. 70-year-old Italian Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who served as Pope Francis's Secretary of State. 68-year-old Filipino Cardinal Luis Antonio Tagle has been dubbed by some as the Asian Francis.
Tariffs will be on the agenda when Canada's newly elected leader arrives at the White House today. Those include movie tariffs President Trump says he wants on films made outside the U.S. As our Nancy Cordes reports, the recent blockbuster Minecraft was partially shot in Canada.
I'm not looking to hurt the industry. I want to help the industry.
President Trump's surprise announcement came after a meeting with actor Jon Voight, one of his so-called Hollywood ambassadors. Trump argued placing big tariffs on films made abroad will bring movie production back to the U.S.
It's an industry now that's it's really left. It's abandoned the USA, where it started.
A week after his release from detention, Columbia student Moshe Madawi vows he will not be silenced. In his first network interview since his detention, Madawi tells CBS News what happened when he was detained last month in Vermont during a citizenship interview.
Masked agents loaded with guns separated me, isolated me from my lawyer, did not allow for any conversation of like, let me see the order that you have or what's happening. And I said, I am a peaceful man.
Besides helping those painful rashes, new research shows the shingles vaccine can lower the risk of cardiovascular events, including stroke, heart failure, and coronary heart disease for up to 8 years. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance. Progressive can protect your home, auto, boat, motorcycle, ATV, RV, and more. In short, a lot of things. Bundle today at Progressive.com.
It's 6:03, and we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk this Tuesday morning with Chris Sullivan.
And we're already off to the races with the red already showing up on our map. If you're coming up 410 trying to get to 167 in Sumner, you're going to see a pretty heavy backup. That's just volume. And then you get over to the Valley Freeway itself, and it's running over 40 minutes already from the Puyallup area up into Renton. Renton to Bellevue, about 20 minutes to start today. The S-curves are already active. Olympia to Tacoma, about 35 minutes. There are also brake lights in Tacoma itself, right there as you work past the Emerald Queen towards the Puyallup River. That appears to be a little bit of volume, maybe a sun glare. I'm thinking maybe a little early for that. But the Federal Way to Seattle after that, about 45 minutes already. Coming down from the north end, 204 down out of Lake Stevens is already about two-thirds of the way up the hill, coming down to the trestle. You get over to I-5 and it's not too bad. 35 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The lake bridges are fine. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online at digsafewa.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
At 6:04, the University of Washington is cleaning up this morning after pro-Palestinian protesters occupied an engineering building last night.
30 demonstrators were arrested after a standoff that lasted several hours. Protesters barricaded doors and set a dumpster on fire across the street.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live at the scene. Luke, what do you see now?
Well, I'm standing in the quad area of this engineering building. This is the interdisciplinary engineering building, really in the heart of UW's campus. And I can see those barricades, at every single door leading to the outside where I'm standing. You can see, what protesters could grab, really. Furniture from inside. I see a road sign saying sidewalk closed from outside, and Lime scooters, those rental scooters that you can rent. Students obviously renting those to get across campus. They're all up against every single door. Then there are plenty of chalk drawings as well with messages like stop funding genocide and free Palestine. In the windows of this building, there is a Palestinian flag and photos on the inside and also on the outside on the brick, photos of people who have died in the ongoing conflict in Gaza. And then right across the street, there's what's left over of what was a dumpster fire. I saw at least 7 or 6 Lime rental bikes that were burned in this. And it's still smoldering just a little bit, just on the outside. Nothing dangerous, but there's plenty of debris across the street as well. And then there's this as well. I see that, it appears that protesters plan to be here for a really long time because there are a couple of bags of wool blankets that the blankets are still tucked inside the bag. They didn't bring them out, but there are also plates of food everywhere. There are bottles of water. I see bottles of Red Bull as well. And then there's a pile of safety goggles like you'd use in a lab and lab work. It looks like protesters may be using those for and masks as well, using those in case law enforcement used pepper spray or something like that to protect themselves. I have all these photos by the way up on mynorthwest.com and at Luke KIRO. Go check those out. Pro-Palestinian protesters took over the building yesterday afternoon, calling on UW to cut ties with Boeing. Boeing, also a military contractor, has donated around $10 million to build this engineering building. Protesters renamed the building here for an engineering student they say was killed in an airstrike in Gaza. KIRO 7 TV talked with a protester.
We would like to rid Boeing's influence from campus completely, as well as other companies that profit from war. And we'd also like to expose the repressive tactics of American universities in the way that they've gone after anti-genocide protesters by expelling them, having them arrested, and even deported.
Around 10:30 last night, those state troopers, UW police and Seattle police moved in. They arrested around 30 protesters. Remember in February, protesters marched across campus with the same message. And then there was last year when they set up a pro-Palestinian encampment here on the campus for weeks. A university spokesperson said the school, however, will not be intimidated by this kind of behavior, and they will continue to oppose anti-Semitism in all its forms. We're live on the UW campus. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Appreciate it, Luke. It's 6:07 now. A hit and run in Seattle's Soto neighborhood killed an 83-year-old woman yesterday morning. SPD Detective Eric Munoz says a person driving the SUV hit the woman while she was in a crosswalk on South Spokane Street and 4th Avenue.
Our detectives and our officers, they're making every effort to try to identify that vehicle, get the license plate, and attempt to locate the driver.
You are asked to call 911 if you have any information.
Rite Aid will sell or close all its stores as it files for bankruptcy for a second time. Sources tell Bloomberg the drugstore chain CEO made the announcement to employees yesterday. In 2020, Rite Aid bought all 69 stores owned by Bartell Drugs. Bartell, founded in Seattle in 1890, did not survive the pandemic.
keeping you informed since 1974. You're listening to Seattle's Morning News.
I'm bummed about Rite Aid and Bartell's.
You and me both.
Yeah.
I grew up going to Bartell.
Yeah, well, and the Rite Aid in South Auburn, I've been going there for years. They're really, really nice and really good there.
Have the shelves been empty over the past months?
Yeah, for sure.
Our Bartell, too, is pretty empty.
I think of Payless, Pay and Save, all those stores.
Pay and Save.
Yeah.
Whew, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, all right. Well, it is Tuesday, May 6th. I'm Charlie with Manda. Sully is over there watching the roads for us. And Sully, you went to check out Amtrak on Friday.
Yeah, we got a big expansion going on down in SoDo. Had a chance to walk the site with the president of Amtrak to talk about the future of rail here in our area and why they need that expansion in SoDo.
Okay, that's coming up at 6:47 on Seattle's Morning News.
Tough Mariners lost last night. Do we have to talk about that?
No.
Talk about that later.
This hour of Seattle's Morning News, sponsored by American Crawl Space and Pest Control.
Also coming up this hour on the show, our weekly check-in with New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold. What he makes of the self-deportation stipend being offered by the Trump administration.
Seattle's Morning News produced today by David Burbank. Our editor is Katrina Gishard, and Nick Krasha is at the board watching and making sure we're staying on time.
The time is 6:09. Law enforcement officials from Seattle to Bowling Green, Kentucky are trying to figure out how a wanted fugitive escaped Sunday morning while in custody at SeaTac. We get the update from KIRO Newsradio's James Lynch.
28-year-old Cedric Stevenson was at check-in Sunday morning with a private transport agent when he escaped into the crowd, hopped onto a light rail train, got off on Capitol Hill, and disappeared. Stevenson was in the custody of Prisoner Transport Services, a private company contracted by the Warren County, Kentucky Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Brett Hightower says,
I've been in office going on my 7th year. This is the first time we've had any situation like this.
At least 5 fugitives have died in PTS custody since 2012, and the company has been the subject of a congressional investigation about its transport practices. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
Stevenson was wanted for escape. He also has a history of assaulting a police officer and illegal possession of a firearm.
Federal Way police have identified a suspect in Saturday's deadly stabbing. Detectives are looking for 37-year-old Jose Linares Morales, accused of killing a man at the Cove Apartments. Police thought at first it was a shooting, but now confirmed the victim was stabbed during a family dispute. They say Morales took off in the victim's 2018 gray Honda Pilot. His license plate is CLW4096. If you know anything, detectives would like you to call.
An 11-year-old boy is in custody after showing up at Alderwood Middle School yesterday with 2 knives. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office says it's the same boy who tried to stab another student at the school last month. Last time, the boy's parents turned him in. This time, deputies say they caught him as the child was trying to run off. He's been booked into Denny Juvenile Justice Center.
Seattle author Tessa Hulse has won the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for her graphic novel, Feeding Ghosts. Seattle Times reports Hulse's first book explores her family's complex history across continents and generations. Pulitzer judges praise it as affecting literary work illustrating trauma passed down among 3 generations of Chinese women. Hull receives a certificate and a $15,000 cash award. Seattle author Stacey Levine was also a Pulitzer finalist this year for fiction.
Also of note, Seattle Times journalists didn't win the Pulitzer, but they did come very close. The Seattle Times says reporters Mike Riker, Linda Mapes, and graphic artist Fiona Martin were finalists for their salmon investigation. The Seattle Times reports their Tunnel Vision series exposed issues in Washington's salmon recovery program. The series questioned the effectiveness of the state's multi-billion-dollar efforts.
Congratulations to them. So close, so close. 6:12 now, and we check the forecast brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. Well, here we are. It's going to be gorgeous.
Bring it.
Yeah.
Ready for some heat.
It is nice. I've got an outdoor baseball game today with
beautiful.
the middle schoolers. It's going to be 77 for a high today.
I can't wait.
Looking forward to that. Tomorrow, it'll be back down to the low 60s. Maybe some showers in the afternoon, but plenty of sun breaks as well. Partly cloudy on Thursday, mostly cloudy on Friday, and looking like a cloudy weekend on tap. Not a lot of rain or drizzle or anything on the way. Right now in Seattle, it's mostly clear and 50 at 6:13.
And that's time to head back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's up, Sully?
Well, it turns out we do have a crash on northbound I-5 in Tacoma, right there before the Puyallup River Bridge. It's been in the center lane. I think I see a state trooper there trying to push it out of the way. But right now, we do have about a 2-mile backup in the main line there, trying to work your way through the Tacoma core. Add about 2 or 3 minutes to that drive until they can get this thing over to the shoulder. But that's our one spot of bother to start the day. But overall, there are some red spots on the map. I mean, if you're going Federal Way to Seattle, it's already up to 45 minutes. Olympia to Tacoma, behind that, 35. The Valley Freeway, about 42, 43 already from Puyallup, and a little over 20 out of Auburn. Renton to Bellevue's a little over 20 minutes to start the day. Getting closer to 40 from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. And just have been watching this morning to remind everybody, you may have gone to bed last night realizing that the Hood Canal Bridge had been closed for an unspecified mechanical issue. It reopened to traffic about 10 o'clock last night.
Ooh, that was a mess all day.
Yeah, it was. And so the WashDOT app and a lot of things haven't been updated, along with several media sites that have it out there. I'm watching cars on it. So I'll be watching that very closely this morning for it to be open. So
this is why we need Sully.
Yeah, I mean, it's, matter of fact, Dan just hit me up on the text line. I'm like, yeah, it's, I'm seeing cars on it. So, but I'll be watching that if there are any issues back and forth, because I know that's such a vital thing to get back and forth in that area. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Send over to the news desk now with Katrina Gashard.
Today, Seattle Mayor Bruce Harrell will sign 2 pieces of legislation into law. They both aim to revitalize downtown economy and create more housing. The first piece of legislation aims to help fill vacant storefronts by expanding ground floor uses for commercial spaces. The second piece will extend building permits for another 2 years to help stimulate housing development. Benson Boone fans can add a Seattle concert to their list of beautiful things.
And I thank God every day for the girl he sent my way.
Boone will take center stage at Climate Pledge Arena on Sunday, October 5th. It's part of Washington Native's American Heart Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m.
Watched him on SNL with my wife over the weekend, Katrina, and apparently he's a very handsome man.
Indeed.
Very handsome man.
Very talented. I have a serious crush on him right now. Just to start
for his
out
talent.
There. For his talent.
Uh-huh.
He's the real deal.
Mm-hmm. Just talented galore. That's
and he's a good dancer as well. He's got the moves.
And a gymnast. Yeah. Apparently he learned gymnastics from his dad, who was a coach.
Oh, okay.
See, you learn something new every day.
I did not know that.
Did you just say who is it?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Come on, Benson Boone from Monroe.
Sorry, I don't know.
Okay, we have some work to do in the commercial break.
Yes.
Okay. It's 6:16.
Seattle's tradition for news and conversation. This is Seattle's Morning News with Charlie Harger and Manda Factor.
It's Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold for some analysis of some of the week's big national stories. Good morning, David. And here we are. We're 100 days into the Trump administration. Let's start on the MAGA side of things. What is your impression of how Trump voters view how President Trump is doing these first 100 days?
Well, Trump's approval rating is overall down, and he's lost a lot of points among independents particularly. But I think Republicans are still overall pretty happy. I mean, if you get your news from Fox News, I think you're overall pretty happy with Trump's second term. To me, the big question is there's really been nothing that's happened to Main Street so far as a result of Trump's tariffs policies. Obviously, the stock market has gone way down and then way up again, but we haven't really seen stuff on Amazon, stuff at the grocery store start to cost more, and that's going to happen soon. So when that actual hardship kicks in, that'll be a real difference from Trump 1, and I think it'll be interesting to see how Trump's diehard base reacts to that.
Immigration has always been the top of the priority list for the president and his administration. Now the White House just announced they're offering to pay undocumented immigrants $1,000 to self-deport. How exactly would that work, and what's been the reaction?
Well, the way it works apparently is you download an app and you register yourself with the app. The government, U.S. government, pays for your airfare back to your home country, and then after you get there, then you tell them, like, I've arrived back in whatever country, and they send you $1,000. And I think two things are interesting about this. One, I'm not sure I would take that to the bank. What incentive do they have to pay you that $1,000 once you're already gone? And the second thing is, this is an interesting shift in Trump's immigration policy from, the really hyper-aggressive mass deportation strategy of the first few weeks to now like, hey, can we pay you to leave? It's a sign maybe that they realize that their hard-line tactics are not producing the numbers they wanted.
So how do you think they came up with that number, $1,000? It seems like a kind of a lowball number, if you ask me.
Yeah, I wonder that too. I mean, maybe just for budget reasons. If lots of people take this, that money could start to add up if you're offering $5,000 or $10,000. But I think the bigger reason is just a verification problem, right? How do you really know if this starts to happen on any sort of mass scale? How can you be sure that A, people have really left, and B, that they're not going to come back later? So it seems like you wouldn't want to invest too much in this in each individual case, just given the uncertainty about really what you've achieved.
David, another big headline this week from the president is the idea of reviving Alcatraz and reopening it as a federal prison. Is that practical?
No, not at all. This is an idea that I think appeals to Trump because it's like, he's a child of, he was born in the 40s. He's a child of the 60s and 70s. He remembers the escape from Alcatraz, the Birdman of Alcatraz. Alcatraz was a scary thing when he was growing up, but it's been closed for 50-something years. I've been there. It's an interesting place, but it's a museum. It is an old place. And so to turn it into a modern prison that would be as secure as he wants it to be would be enormously expensive. And anyway, the U.S. government already has a supermax jail in Colorado that nobody's ever escaped from. It has it's something better than Alcatraz. People escape from Alcatraz. Nobody's ever escaped from the supermax in Florence, Colorado. So there's really no reason to do that other than Trump saw a movie one time and wants to make that movie true again.
So all of these have us talking about things other than maybe some behind-the-scenes things that are perhaps more important going on with the Trump administration. What are you keeping an eye on, and what is the importance of keeping an eye on the ball here?
Two things I would say. One is this really interesting story that came out yesterday about, you remember Trump deported all those Venezuelan and Salvadoran immigrants to, I guess it was only Venezuelans under this authority, invoking this thing called the Alien Enemies Act from the 1700s that allowed him to deport, he said, Venezuelan people he alleged were members of this gang, Tren de Aragua, without any sort of due process or trial. They just got deported because they were quote-unquote alien enemies. Last night we learned that the U.S. intelligence agencies concluded that there was no legal basis to do that. The legal underpinning of Trump's argument was we were at war with Tren de Aragua and that the Venezuelan government supported it, so therefore Venezuelans can be deported under this act. The U.S. intelligence agencies concluded that's not true, that the president of Venezuela doesn't control that gang, and we're not at war with them. I think that's interesting that they stake so much on that authority, and even their own people don't seem to believe it. The other thing I would look at is we talk a lot about DOGE, but I think one of the lingering, interesting aspects of DOGE is going to be the huge amount of data that they've centralized about all Americans. The government now has much more ability to see huge details of our lives because all these databases that were separate have been assembled. I want to know how that's going to be used.
David, we always appreciate you checking in with us on Tuesdays. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
It is 6:21, and Sully, We've been talking off the air, trying to explain who Benson Boone is to you.
Annette wanted to know, too, so I'm texting her a picture.
So did Steph, and so did Kurt, and so.
And I will say myself, I have heard the name Benson Boone, and I've heard maybe a couple of songs in passing, but I don't have any context for who this guy is.
And David, we went down a rabbit hole, too, trying to explain what Coachella is to Sully.
And I said what? It's like a festival for really rich people.
Yeah,
so why would I know anything about that?
Yeah, okay.
That's so not in normal people life.
I attempted to, explain it by...
Somehow we turned to Chips.
Yeah, the TV show from the 80s.
Remember Punch?
I watch that show currently.
Yeah.
It's on every afternoon.
Yeah, okay.
The episodes keep getting better, especially when Donnie Most was like a Gene Simmons character.
This is what I have to do.
It was awesome.
Which means you have forgotten them over the years and have to rewatch them.
Yes, of course. Them. Yeah, because each one is so special and exactly everything a highway patrol person would do in their normal job. Like, we're riding bikes at the beach. That seems totally normal for a highway patrol member.
Oh.
This is what we have to do in order to explain pop culture to Sully. We have to compare it to the 70s or early 80s.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk now. And what's going on in 2025 on our roads?
Okay, well, we've got about a 2.5-mile backup now on northbound I-5 from about Highway 16 all the way past the Dome towards the Puyallup River Bridge. We've got a crash in the center lane there where some real live Washington State Patrol members and troopers are there doing their job. But yeah, we've got a backup, and it's about a 10-minute delay minimum, and we're really backing us up. So we have some work to do there. Once you get through that, it's a pretty good drive until Federal Way. Federal Way to Seattle, already up at 45 minutes. Also 45 plus from Puyallup to Renton. Just had one of my drivers telling me that we do have a lot of volume approaching 405, but that's it. No crashes there. And then Renton to Bellevue, we've got about a 25-minute trip. Olympia to Tacoma is seeing heavier brake lights now through the Nisqually Basin, a little over 40 minutes now to make that trip. Coming down from the north end, we're looking at an okay drive, about 42 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, getting our first hints of braking, pulling away from Linwood. 204 is heavy down the hill towards Highway 2, and yes, I'm still watching plenty of cars crossing the Hood Canal Bridge, so it is open, even though you might be getting some alerts telling you that it was closed. It was closed most of yesterday because of a mechanical issue. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington. A AAA membership helps you save in big ways, like on dinner and a movie and a home and auto insurance, roadside rescues, and travel. Visit AAA.com and see all the ways to save.
It's going to be what they call a Chamber of Commerce day in Seattle. Partly cloudy, 77, lots of sunshine. We might see some showers tomorrow afternoon and cooling off to about 61. But back to dry conditions Thursday, partly sunny, 62, 67 on Friday. Right now, sunshine and 47 in Seattle.
The opening bell report is coming up, and then we'll have more details about pro-Palestine protests. It took place on the UW campus late last night. KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is there live. It's Seattle's Morning News.
You never know what's in store each morning once you hit the road.
We've got a major traffic alert in effect right now.
While you're getting ready every morning, make us part of your routine.
What morning, huh?
Yeah. Got off to an early start.
Just tell your smart speaker to play KIRO News Radio or stream us on the app.
Both directions of I-5 are closed.
We'll help you get where you're going faster.
Maybe bail at 512.
KIRO News Radio. We're on your smart speaker, the app, and 97.3 FM.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See for full details and disclaimers.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New trade event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See dealer for full details and disclaimers.
Do you need glasses or contacts and you're now at the age where you also need readers? K2 Vision RLE is the permanent solution to eliminate the need for all those. Hey, it's Doctors King and Kopstein from K2 Vision. Andy, for those nearing age 50 or so, refractive lens exchange can be a great alternative to LASIK.
That's right, Joe. K2 Vision RLE is a terrific permanent solution for a lifetime of great vision. The older we get, we experience the dysfunction of our natural lens, which affects both distance vision and requires the use of reading glasses. Plus, after K2 Vision RLE, you will never develop a cataract.
And like LASIK, K2 Vision RLE is quick and painless. The question is, which procedure is right for you?
After replacing more than 100,000 failing lenses, we have the experience to tell you if it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consultation with us about K2 Vision RLE to get your eyes seeing young again, permanently.
Go to K2VisionRLE.com. K2VisionRLE.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's John Curley for Closets by Design. Our closets were a mess, so I called Closets by Design. They came in and did exceptional work. Now, they're locally owned, and they've been operating for more than 2 decades. I love these guys. A family-run business with national backing, and they source almost all their products right here in Washington. Have Closets by Design come out and customize your closet. Right now, 40% off plus an additional 15% off with 18 months financing and free installation. 1-800-BY-DESIGN or closetsbydesign.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 6:31. The University of Washington is cleaning up this morning after pro-Palestinian protesters occupied an engineering building last night.
30 demonstrators were arrested after a standoff that lasted several hours. Protesters barricaded doors, set a dumpster on fire across the street, and KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is there at the scene. Luke, what do you see now?
Hey, I'm right in the middle of the quad here at the Interdisciplinary Engineering Building, which is right in the heart of UW's campus, right across the street from the hub, if you know where that is. And I'm looking at a lot of those barricades are still in place, so the exterior doors down inside this quad, with furniture brought from inside the building, outside, also barricaded with road signs. Anything that protesters could really grab, it looks like. Lime scooters, the kind you rent and maybe go across campus. Pro-Palestinian protesters took over this building yesterday afternoon, calling on UW to cut ties with Boeing. Boeing, a military contractor, has donated around $10 million to build this engineering building, and protesters renamed the building here for an engineering student they say was killed in an airstrike in Gaza. I'm also looking, as I'm walking up the sidewalk here of the building, a sculpture that was in front of the building that's been knocked over, along with a bunch of tables and chairs that are upside down. Now, across the street, in the other direction, kind of down the hill, there's remnants of a fire. There was a dumpster that was caught on fire and still smoldering a little bit, not in a dangerous way, but there were several Lime bicycles, the kind you can rent, that were completely destroyed. I saw a representative from that company loading up what was left of about 6 or 7 bicycles that were destroyed. And then every now and then students on the way to maybe class or some other early morning event, or kind of walking by, looking over as stunned as I think anyone else watching these photos on TV or on mynorthwest.com, where you can see all the photos that I've taken and video as well, and on my X channel at Luke KIRO. Around 10:30 last night, state troopers moved in, and along with UW police and Seattle police, and arrested around 30 protesters last night. Also left behind, I'm just looking at remnants of food containers, water, and also this kind of paints a picture. There were bags of wool blankets down in this quad as well that protesters left behind. Almost as if all of that kind of adds up to they planned to be here a while, and maybe 10:30 was not the idea that they had in mind, but police said that was enough. A university spokesperson said the school will not be intimidated by this kind of behavior, and they will continue to oppose anti-Semitism in all of its forms. That's the latest here from the UW campus, where we're live this morning. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
And something unusual here. I'm over on the King County jail roster right now. Those protesters are still in jail. For the longest time, they were just booked and released. They are currently in jail, all being held on $1,000 bail. So many of them arrested. Some of them had to be brought down to the Mailing Justice Center in Kent to be jailed. So that is a developing story. We will continue to follow that. At 6:34, we head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
And we continue to work with about a 10-minute delay getting through Tacoma on northbound I-5. Crash we had in the center lane is now over on the left-hand side, right before you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. So plan on at least an extra 10 working on that, and it's really bogging down from 16 on over. A little bit further to the south, we've got heavy brake lights through Lacey, so it's 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, and then 50 from Federal Way to Seattle. So we have a lot of work to do up that corridor. We're also adding a few more customers coming up the Valley Freeway, a little over 45 minutes now to make the drive. It's 25 to 28 coming up 405 now, so we're starting to see things build there. Coming down from the north end, some brake lights in Marysville, a little bit across the trestle, a little bit southbound by the Boeing Freeway, 45 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The Lake Bridges, though, are okay. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Will likely warm up quickly today as we're headed for a high of 77 in the sunshine. It's a one-day heat wave. Can't really call it a heat wave if it's only one day, can you?
Heat?
Nah. Okay, tomorrow
Warm.
we're going to cool off to
It'll be nice and warm.
61 for tomorrow. We might see some light showers by tomorrow afternoon, but then drying out again on Thursday. Right now, sunshine and 47 in the city.
And now it's time for the opening bell report, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Family of Funds. More turmoil for the company that bought up locally based Bartell Drugs.
Rite Aid plans to sell or close all of its stores as it files for bankruptcy for a second time. Sources tell Bloomberg the drugstore chain CEO Matthew Schroeder made the announcement to employees Monday. In 2020, Rite Aid bought all 69 stores owned by Bartell Drugs. Bartell, founded in Seattle in 1890, did not survive the pandemic. Rite Aid has struggled with falling prescription reimbursements, opioid case settlements, online competition, and most recently, tariffs. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
Police in Gig Harbor are cracking down on retail theft, as we hear from KIRO News Radio's Frank Lindsay.
Last Thursday and Friday, the police department worked with local businesses on a retail theft emphasis. And during that time, they arrested 15 people. One of the people they picked up had been arrested during a previous emphasis patrol. And police say another suspect was trying to pass a counterfeit bill. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
On Wall Street right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average opens down nearly 300 points, down 292. That's 0.7%. S&P 500 is down 43 points, which is 0.7%. And the NASDAQ is down 170 points, or closer to 1%.
It's now 6:37. Teenagers across the area are finding it too easy to get their hands on guns and commit violent crimes. KIRO 7's Gary Horker uncovers the number one place teens are getting guns, and it's not at home. Plus, what it will take to hold them accountable and keep us all safer. That's coming up Thursday at 6:45 a.m. on KIRO 7 News in the Morning.
This is the city's longest-running radio news show, Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
On his social media platform, President Trump over the weekend said his administration would begin the process of instituting a 100% tariff on films produced in foreign countries, likely anticipating legal challenges. President Trump claimed this is because of a national security threat, as he has done to circumvent congressional approval of his trade tariffs. Threat in this case, Trump says, is a concerted effort by other nations to harm the U.S. film industry for the purposes of what he calls propaganda. CBS News correspondent Carter Evans has more.
The International Emergency Economic Powers Act, that allows the president to regulate international trade in response to foreign threats. But the act was updated in the 1980s and specifically says the president does not have the authority to regulate the import of informational materials. So that's like books, publications, news, and yes, films. So the update to the law was intended to preserve the First Amendment protections. So if the president does implement a foreign-made film tariff, it's going to likely face legal challenges.
Still no sign of a Kentucky fugitive who escaped from private transport agents at SeaTac Airport on Sunday morning. 28-year-old Cedric Stevenson is wanted in Bowling Green, Kentucky for escape, and he has a long criminal history. Here's Bowling Green Police Chief Ronnie Ward.
Assault, third-degree police officer, possession of controlled substance, trafficking in marijuana less than 8 ounces, resisting arrest, criminal mischief, and possession of a handgun by convicted felon.
Stevenson disappeared in the crowd, hopped on a light rail train, and was last seen on Capitol Hill. You can see his picture at mynorthwest.com.
Hood Canal Bridge reopened to car traffic last night. It was closed for hours because of a mechanical failure. Just a mess yesterday. According to the state DOT, the bridge opened for a boat 1 p.m., couldn't close back up. Crews worked with a tugboat to fix the issue and finally were able to do it about 8 hours later. According to the Seattle Times, it's unclear if the mechanical failure is permanently fixed.
And Seattle firefighters pulled off a rescue yesterday afternoon. They saved ducklings trapped in a Madison Park storm drain. KIRO 7 TV reports crews carefully lifted the baby ducks out one by one using a bucket. They reunited them safely with their waiting mom. No ducklings or firefighters were hurt.
Aww.
Isn't that nice?
6:40 now. Sully, what's coming up in traffic?
Well, we're looking at this crash on northbound I-5 right by the Puyallup River Bridge in Tacoma. We'll break it down for you next.
The opening bell is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Common Sense Lending.
KIRO News Radio, the Northwest's trusted news source.
Get the latest from KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
It happened Wednesday morning just after 6 o'clock.
Experienced voices you trust.
Several people hurt after a violent Saturday in Pierce County.
Coverage you depend on.
More from KIRO News Radio's Matt Markovich.
It's as close to a veto warning as you could possibly get.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Did you know that nearly half the homes in Western Washington are not properly insulated or not insulated at all? That may be the reason why your home is way too hot in the summer and way too cold in the winter. It may also be the reason that your energy bills are sky high. Right now, Insulation Northwest is offering a free inspection of your home's insulation. This is a $199 value and it's absolutely free, no obligation. Just call today and Insulation Northwest will arrange a time that works with your schedule. We'll perform a thorough exam of your home's insulation and give you the advice you need to start saving thousands. Everyone who calls today will also receive a free infrared screening of your home using the latest technology. This will help reveal any hidden flaws in your home's protective energy blanket. What do you have to lose? It only takes about an hour and it's absolutely free. Call Insulation Northwest today, the real insulation company.
InsulationNorthwest.com.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on mynorthwest.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
It's 6:43, and over to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk we go with Chris Sullivan.
And we got a really heavy drive in downtown Tacoma. For those of you who remember things before they did all that construction down there, this is what it looked like every day when there wasn't even a crash. Backed up all the way before 38.
Every day for what, 15 years?
Yeah, at least. Yeah, through all the construction. It looked like that every day. But because of all the construction work and the fix down there, it doesn't look like this anymore. But we have a crash just before the Puyallup River Bridge, which is over now on the left-hand shoulder, but the damage is done. I mean, we're backed up well before the 16 split. So plan on at least a 10 or 12-minute delay through the area. And this is now impacting the drive from Olympia to Tacoma, at least in terms of a travel time. To make it into Tacoma from Olympia, it's going to take you about 55 minutes. Add that to the normal stuff you have down in Lacey. That's a pretty significant 20-25 minute delay total. Once you get over to I-5, it's not too bad after that, and about a 50-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle. Definitely seeing the heavy brake lights on eastbound 512 we normally get about this time of day heading down into Puyallup, and then Puyallup to Renton running just under 50 minutes. Renton to Bellevue 25 to 28 depending on how you hit the volume. The north end part of that drive getting into South Bellevue is not too bad. Out of Marysville, it's not terrible. 204 and 2 a little slow getting to the east side of the trestle where you merge together, and then it's really heavy away from Linwood. But about a 50-minute trip from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue is about what you might expect, and that's what we're getting. Eastbound at 18 over Tiger Mountain is looking like what it's gotten used to over the last couple of weeks through construction, bumper to bumper from the Summit down to I-90. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Download the Seattle Sports app and stay in the know with the latest news, scores, opinions about your favorite teams.
Heading into a gorgeous day. It's going to be sunny and 77 for today. Tomorrow, cooling way down to about 61. We might even see some light showers in the afternoon hours. But then back to partly cloudy skies Thursday and Friday. 62 on Thursday, a little bit warmer on Friday. Right now, sunshine and 47 in Seattle.
KIRO News Radio's Katrina Gashard is here with some local headlines.
A Thurston County handyman accused of murdering an 82-year-old Tenino woman will enter his plea in court today. Jeffrey Ziz has been charged with first-degree murder, felony murder, kidnapping, and unlawful disposal of remains. According to court documents, he had dinner with Marcia Norman on April 1st. Then days later, they found her body buried in concrete under a shed. He's due in court at 9 this morning. A storage facility went up in flames in Everett Monday night. South County Fire says it started burning around 6:30. Firefighters captured some of the flames. The storage facility is behind the Safeway near Stickney Lake. South County Fire says 13 units were destroyed. Crews were able to save a shop connected to a unit that burned. Luckily, no one was injured. It's not clear what sparked the fire, but we have calls out to learn more.
All right, Katrina, thank you. All right, we have a choke point coming up, right, Sully?
Yeah, we do. We're going to take a little trip down to Soto and talk choo-choo trains with the head of Amtrak.
Was drafted in 1999 by the Philadelphia 76ers, and that was just absolutely a dream come true.
Todd's playing in the NBA is unique. His battle with neuropathy is not.
I first started noticing problems a couple years into my NBA career, and I felt like my sock was just balled up right in the arch of my foot, and there'd be areas of burning and tingling, and then there'd be other areas of deadness where there would be no response to touch. We tried everything possible, from surgery to different drugs, to try and take care of some of the symptoms.
I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist at Sound Pain Solutions. Our neuropathy treatments can rehabilitate damaged nerves. We use FDA-cleared, non-surgical, non-drug, pain-free procedures that have helped thousands of neuropathy sufferers find relief.
Now I'm able to spend more time doing the things that I enjoy, being on my feet.
If you experience numbness, shooting, or burning pains, or loss of balance, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025, or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times? You're playing the lute.
Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
The doctor's office that accidentally mixed up your files has your social security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info. And the hotel that lost your reservation has your passport number. You need LifeLock because your personal info is in endless places that can expose you to identity thieves. LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, we'll fix it, guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, it's me, the foul pole at T-Mobile Park. But it's about time they call me the fair pole because those are the moments I live for. When Cal's up to the plate, I'm always on high alert.
The big dumper with a two-run blast.
And then there's Randy Arozarena, launching missiles into the stands, flipping his bat so high it practically reaches my eye level.
Blasted back, Randy Arozarena strikes again.
And J-Rod, heck, when he connects, he makes the whole building shake.
And it's gone. Goodbye, baseball. Julio Rodriguez.
So come on down and take a seat beside me. You might even go home with a souvenir. Mariners baseball, Tridents up.
Don't miss the Mariners Mother's Day Weekend Series starting this Friday, including a clear purse giveaway on Mother's Day for the first 10,000 moms, thanks to Muckleshoot Casino Resort. Then the action continues with a showdown against the Yankees Monday, May 12th through Wednesday, May 14th. Get tickets at mariners.com.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
Amtrak ridership now well above pre-pandemic levels between Portland and British Columbia, and it's only expected to grow as new trains debut in Seattle next year.
And Sully took a field trip to SoDo to meet with Amtrak's president.
Only the horn of a passing train was capable of drowning out the sound of pile driving at the new maintenance facility just south of Holgate in SoDo. $300 million expansion project is needed so Amtrak can upgrade its trains and streamline maintenance. Amtrak President Roger Harris visited the site on Friday for the first time.
It's really impressive, not only how much work has been done this quickly, but how large the facility is going to be. Certainly, as far as I know, currently on plan and on budget, so it's another great example of the construction that we've had here.
Because of the soft and wet soil in the area, workers are dewatering 500,000 gallons of water on the site a day until they can install 140-foot-long pilings into the ground that will help be the basis for the slab that they're going to build on. When finished, the new 600-foot-long building will be able to accommodate Amtrak's new Aero trains, which will debut in Seattle next year.
It has 5G Wi-Fi, it has a modern food service car, modern seating, lighting, etc. So the entire customer experience is far more contemporary.
Amtrak President Harris says this new building is designed for these new trains and will make the maintenance process much more efficient.
The trains will come in every day or so. They get a certain level of maintenance that's planned in advance, and you don't have to separate the train, move it to a different building, put it back together, etc. So it's a much more carefully choreographed maintenance program, I would say.
And it also keeps the trains and the workers out of the rain.
In the climate here in the Pacific Northwest, being able to put all the maintenance under cover, 24/7, dry, air-conditioned work environment, it also is a substantially better work environment. That improves worker productivity.
This new 100,000 square foot maintenance building is expected to open in 2027. It will be the first new maintenance yard to open out of the 6 that Amtrak is currently building around the country. Nearly 1 million people rode the Amtrak Cascades line last year, a 41% increase over 2023, and well above the pre-pandemic ridership of 2019.
I love trains. This is exciting.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I want to learn about dewatering. I don't think I've ever heard that term before.
That's basically what you do.
500,000 gallons a day?
Yeah, because they've got to go do, because remember, they're building on the old, tidal flat. So they've got to go down, and in order to do that, they just kind of bring the water up and get it out so that then they can then, put the piles in and then build the concrete. And then, so it's they're moving the water table, basically, which will allow them to get down. And it's easier to dig when you dewater because, if you ever try to dig a razor clam at the beach.
I have.
The water just keeps coming in. It's like a losing proposition. So that's what they have to do. They have to take the water out first before they can put the piles in.
Now, these are called aero trains, AIRO. Kind of like KIRO.
Correct.
Different story. However, I guess my question is, these aren't the high-speed trains that we're talking about.
No, these can go up to 149 miles an hour based on, and that can go on longer stretches like on the East Coast where because right now the max you can go in Washington is still 79 when it comes to a passenger. But they are designed to go up to almost double that. And again, that'll
happen in the future?
Potentially, yeah. It depends on, what they do with track improvements and things like that. But there are stretches where they could do that, certainly. But yeah, much more efficient, faster trains, a lot, current technology, including things that when you go in between trains, you don't necessarily have to get wet when it's raining like you do now.
Did you get any cool pictures?
Lots of great pictures. Some videos are up at mynorthwest.com. Also on our X account, mynorthwest.com, or at mynorthwest, at News Guy Sully, KIRO News Radio. But yeah, you can see them there, plus get all the information on what these new trains will look like at mynorthwest.com.
Very cool. All right, let's go from trains to automobiles. What's happening on the roads? You are at the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk.
Sure don't want planes, too?
We'll do that later.
Just for fun? Okay. I got to start down in the Tacoma area where we are still struggling past the scene of a crash on northbound I-5 right before you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. It's over on the left-hand shoulder, and we're really heavy on that, plus the CD lanes getting to 705, and it turns out we actually have a crash on the ramp from 16 to I-5. So two little issues right in that same spot have created about a 15-minute delay overall through Tacoma. We have very heavy braking through Lacey today as well. So it's getting closer to 55 minutes to get from Olympia on up into Tacoma. Looking at the Valley Freeway, not too bad. It's about 50 minutes. That's what it should be at this time of day, and a half an hour from Renton to Bellevue. Coming down from the north end, about 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. We do have brake lights right there at the Boeing Freeway. It's also very slow now across the trestle from the east end to about the middle of the island, heading over to I-5. Some brake lights in Marysville. The Lake Bridges, though, are in pretty good shape. 18 looks normal, as you might expect over Tiger Mountain. This report brought to you by the FRS Clippers. Save on a fun Victoria, BC getaway during FRS Clippers spring sale. Fast ferry plus 2 nights hotel up to 20% off. FRSClipper.com.
We should mention planes just quickly because they're still having huge problems at Newark.
At Newark, yeah.
And that's affecting
definitely.
Flights across the country.
Beautiful today here in Seattle. A high of 77, a lot of sun. Cool back down to the low 60s tomorrow. So we'll get out and enjoy today. Right now in Seattle, it's clear and 50.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Pike Place Market is going to be car-free for the most part anyway, as part of a pilot project.
This could be a fantastic opportunity for Pike Place Market.
Mayor Bruce Harrell said that he wants to make the market one of the greatest pedestrian experiences in the country.
It's just thoughtful, right? It's thoughtful to think about all of the people that would come down there.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon. KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Get ready for Camping World's Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th. Get the highest value for your RV guaranteed during the biggest RV trade event of the year. Shop the best RV deals in America with new RVs starting as low as $92 a month. Get ready for the holiday weekend with up to 45% off grills and 25% off product installation. Plus, we'll have free hats, free propane refills, free food, and fun for the whole family. Don't miss the incredible Red, White, and New Trade Event, May 15th through the 18th at your local Camping World.
See you with the full details and disclaimer.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and, of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
Mike had been a firefighter for over 20 years until one day.
I'm in full gear. The stairwell was dark and just kind of missed a step and felt pain in my right knee.
And the pain didn't go away. Turns out he'd torn his meniscus.
It definitely affected my work and my play.
So he decided it was time to get help. Yes, he considered surgery. However,
I did some homework and just thought that the stem cell procedure would work out better for me.
And he called Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine. And now you can go running into burning buildings again, huh?
100%. There's nothing slowing me down at work. I'm a tennis player, a mountain biker, and I'm able to do all of that after the procedure.
So whether it's a shoulder, hip, or knee, before you choose surgery, consider stem cell therapy with Dr. Mark Wagner, MD at Seattle Sports and Regenerative Medicine.
I recommend it to the guys that I work with, to people in my personal life. I would definitely recommend it.
Get the facts, hear from all the patients I've talked to, and schedule your consultation at drmarkwagnermd.com.
Lori here from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. I'm here with good news. Guardian has flexible financing options. With Guardian's acclaimed services, you can upgrade or repair your roof, gutters, and insulation. Call to hear about our flexible financing options or visit guardianroofing.com.
Charlie Harger here. When your hot turns to cold, you better think fast. Fast water heater. Call 1-800-THINK-FAST. That's 1-800-THINK-FAST or fastwaterheater.com.
You better think fast, fast water heater.
Guys, thinking about testosterone replacement therapy? Revive Men's Health can help you get started if you're ready to book your free T-check. Visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. That's Revive, REVIBE, menshealth.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I'm Matt Piper. Canada's newly elected leader Mark Carney has vowed to fight back against President Trump's trade war. He'll get to say that to his face today as the two meet at the White House. CBS's Aaron Navarro.
The two are expected to talk about the trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada. But over the weekend, when President Trump was asked if he will talk to Carney about making Canada a 51st state, as he has done in the past, President Trump responded, quote, "I'll always talk about that."
Columbia University says it will end funding to about 180 employees working on research impacted by the Trump administration's cuts to federal funding for grants. The reductions amount to 20% of people employed by the school who were funded at least in part by terminated grants. Could Alcatraz reopen? President Trump said he wants that to happen, but CBS's Elizabeth Cook talks to someone who knows the San Francisco tourist spot well.
It's a small prison, too. Its maximum capacity was 336, and it was never filled.
John Martini gave tours for the National Park Service, which took over what remains of the site. Is Alcatraz in any way, shape, or form ready to be a prison right now?
No, there's no running water, there's no sanitation, there's no heat.
Tomorrow is the deadline to get a real ID. The federal government says most people flying lately have presented ID that would meet the new standards, but about 1 in 5 have not. CBS's Christina Fan reports.
If you show up to the airport tomorrow without a valid ID, the Department of Homeland Security says to expect delays, additional screening, and also the chance that you may not be allowed to board your flight.
If you do not have a real ID, a valid U.S. passport will meet standards. Israel's military says it has launched airstrikes against Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen, fully disabling the country's international airport in the capital. Back here, lawyers for Sean Diddy Combs and prosecutors will work for another day to pick jurors in the music mogul's sex trafficking trial. CBS's Jerika Duncan has been in court.
More than 24 potential jurors were questioned yesterday. They ranged in age from early 30s to mid-70s. They were asked about their experience with domestic violence and sexual assault and if they had any views on hip-hop artists. In court, Combs sat with his lawyers wearing a sweater over a collared shirt. At one point, Combs told the judge, quote, "I'm a little nervous today."
A common vaccine has an added benefit.
People who get vaccinated for shingles have a much lower risk of heart attack and stroke. A study in the European Heart Journal showed the shingles vaccine provides a 23% lower risk of cardiovascular disease that lasts for 8 years. Shingles is linked to a variety of heart problems.
Michael George there. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
7:03 now. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
Starting this hour in a little bit better shape than we left the last one. Things are clearing out in Tacoma now that both the crashes we had are out of the way. Well, first one was right by the Puyallup River Bridge. That did most of the damage and backed us up before Highway 16. And then we had a crash on the ramp from eastbound 16 to I-5, which also cleared. But we have backups that kind of begin at Cheney Stadium and kind of extend all the way into the CD lanes there. But most of the I-5 drive getting through Tacoma has cleaned out. It's just going to take a little bit longer for all of it to go away. You add that to the slowing we have through Lacey, and Olympia to Tacoma is about 55 minutes, so it's about 20 minutes slower than you might expect. Once you get through that, Federal Way to Seattle's running closer to an hour now, with 30 minutes up to South Center, 30 minutes from Valley Freeway, definitely over 50 minutes from Puyallup to Renton, and eastbound 512 is really heavy down the hill to Puyallup. Renton to Bellevue, 30 minutes. The Lake Bridges are fine. Coming down from the north end, a little bit of braking past the Boeing Freeway, a lot more away from Linwood, up over 50 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. The University of Washington cleaning up right now. This is after pro-Palestinian protesters occupied an engineering building last night.
30 demonstrators were arrested after a standoff that lasted several hours. Protesters barricaded doors and set a dumpster on fire across the street.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey live at the scene. Luke, what are you seeing there?
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I'm here in the quad area of the interdisciplinary engineering building, which is really in the heart of the UW campus. And here's what I'm looking at. The doors, the exterior doors in this quad, still barricaded with furniture that was brought from inside to the outside here. And with anything looks like protesters can get their hands on, like I see some road signs, for instance, and some Lime scooters that you can rent. Those are barricaded against the doors as well. Then there's debris and other furniture pieces, kind of strewn around everywhere. There are chalk drawings on the concrete area of the quad that say things like Free Palestine and Stop Funding Genocide. Also, there are photos on the walls and the windows from inside the building and the walls on the exterior of the building, photos of people who have died in the ongoing conflict in Gaza. You mentioned that dumpster fire just right across the street, kind of in an alleyway here. It's out now. It was smoldering a little bit earlier, but several Lime rental bicycles were destroyed in that fire, along with everything obviously in the dumpster itself. And then there are other things here at the scene as the sun has come up that are starting to paint a kind of really a scarier picture, if you will. Let me start with this. It appears that protesters perhaps, as this ended at about 10:30 last night, this protest, that they wanted to occupy this building in this area much longer than that, because there are bags of blankets, wool blankets, that are here at the scene that they left behind, and they never pulled those blankets out of the bags. Also, there's food containers. There are used up water bottles that already, some of them are half full, some of them are empty. There are Red Bull cans that are empty. There are also goggles that you might wear in a lab during biology class or something, or maybe they were ready for, if there was pepper spray, they were ready to protect their eyes here. And then even scarier than that, UW maintenance crews are just getting here now and they're starting to clean up, but at the top of the hill, right in front of the entrance of the engineering building, there's a sculpture that's bent over and on its side. I thought it was from this building right here, and as well as several bicycle racks. And they told me, no, not at all. Those were dragged here. Several bicycle racks, as well as the sculpture and other pieces of furniture. And right next to those, these 3 large piles of rocks the size of my fist that were obviously piled up. They don't belong there. They're in the street right next to the curb, almost as if they were piled up, ready to be used as weapons, which is really scary. It didn't come to that as pro-Palestinian protesters took over the building yesterday afternoon, calling on UW to cut ties with Boeing. Boeing, also a military contractor, has donated around $10 million to build this engineering building. Protesters renamed the building temporarily for an engineering student they say was killed in an airstrike in Gaza, and KIRO 7 TV talked with a protester.
We would like to rid Boeing's influence from campus completely, as well as other companies that profit from war. And we'd also like to expose the repressive tactics of American universities in the way that they've gone after anti-genocide protesters by expelling them, having them arrested, and even deported.
There's the other side of that as well. A university spokesperson said the school will not be intimidated by that kind of behavior, those kinds of statements, and they will continue to oppose anti-Semitism in all forms. State troopers and police moved in around 10:30 again last night and arrested about 30 protesters. Live on the UW campus, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
And the headline here, Luke, is you're seeing rocks and goggles. Clearly, we're not, this looks like a preparation for something more than just occupying a building.
Something else as well, those really thick wood poles, you might see up against a sapling, like a young tree, to help it grow in place. At least a couple of those were broken off. And, you can only assume that they were going to be used for something, maybe defensively, or maybe I don't think they broke them off by themselves. Someone broke that off clearly. So, yeah, really, really scary. And I see a pile of those ready right next to the rocks as well.
All right. Jail roster shows 30 are still locked up at this hour. It's 7:08.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO News Radio.
And good morning. Thanks for making us part of your day here on Seattle's Morning News. Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor. It's Tuesday, May 6th.
Hey, we've made it. It's a beautiful day in front of us.
Sunny and 77 today.
I'm looking forward to this. Sully, you're watching the roads. What a mess on Hood Canal yesterday.
Yeah,
the bridge.
Definitely. Don't have to worry about that this morning. The bridge is open to vehicular traffic. Still don't know if they fixed the mechanical problem, but the bridge is functioning like it should be. I guess we'll find out the next time a boat wants to go through there, won't we?
Yeah.
Yes, we will.
David Burbank is our producer today. Hello, David.
Good morning.
It's good to have you here. We've missed you.
Great to be here.
Nick Kreisha is operating the board, and we have Katrina Gishard at the editor's desk.
Coming up this hour of the show, we're going to check in with thehill.com's Ashley Field. She's following the federal government's crackdown on defaulted student loan repayments and how the Trump administration's push to dissolve the education department could affect that.
Seattle's Morning News continues. An escaped fugitive may still be in the city after he escaped from what are called private transport agents at SeaTac Airport Sunday morning. With the story, here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
Ironically, 28-year-old Cedric Stevenson was wanted for escape in Bowling Green, Kentucky, when he escaped at SeaTac. He also has a history of assaulting a police officer, being a felon in possession of a firearm, and drug trafficking. He was in the custody of Prisoner Transport Services, a private company contracted by the Warren County, Kentucky Sheriff's Office. Here's Sheriff Brett Hightower.
We're hopeful and thankful for the folks in Seattle, their law enforcement out there, that we hope that it will come to a safe apprehension.
Stevenson hopped on a light rail train and was last seen on Capitol Hill. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
An 83-year-old woman was struck and killed during a hit-and-run in South Seattle yesterday morning. This happened about 7:45 on 4th Avenue South and South Spokane Street. Seattle police say the woman was walking in the pedestrian crosswalk when the driver of an SUV ran her over. The traffic collision investigating squad is looking into it.
An 11-year-old boy is in custody again after deputies caught him at Alderwood Middle School yesterday. Snohomish County Sheriff's Office says he had 2 knives on him. Deputies say this is the same child who tried to stab a student there last month. And last time his parents turned him in. This time deputies caught him as he tried running away. He's now at the Denny Juvenile Justice Center. No one was hurt in this incident.
The University of Washington is mourning the passing of a basketball pioneer. Richard Cruz was the first black player on UW's men's basketball team. The university says he died yesterday morning of Alzheimer's. He made history 70 years ago when he integrated the university's basketball program. Cruz was 89.
It's 7:12. Let's get a check on weather, brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. It's always nice when I'm able to say this.
Go ahead, say it.
Sunny and 77 today in Seattle.
That's fabulous.
Yes. I'm going out this afternoon, so I am looking forward to it. Hopefully, you have outdoor plans as well. Tomorrow, we much more May in Seattle-like, with highs in the low 60s. Still partly sunny. Low 60s the next couple of days. Over the weekend, that's when we'll have more clouds, maybe mid-50s. So right now in Seattle, we have clear skies. It's 50 at 7:12.
And we get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. What's happening, Sully?
Well, we're getting a lot better in Tacoma after we've cleared two crashes that we had. First was on northbound I-5 right as you get to the Puyallup River Bridge. The other one was on the ramp from eastbound 16 to the I-5 corridor. So we still have some slowing left over in that area, but maybe only about 5 or 6 minutes worth of a delay there over what we had earlier. Plus, we have the normal stuff coming up from Olympia through Lacey. So overall, we're running 55 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma, which is still about a 20-minute delay. Getting through Tacoma itself is not terrible. And then Federal Way to Seattle is running closer to an hour, with 30 minutes into South Center, 30 minutes from Renton to Bellevue, now up over 30 minutes as we're seeing a lot more people through those S-curves. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, we've got about a 30-minute trip out of Auburn and well over 50 to make that drive from the Puyallup area. Then out of the north end, getting closer to an hour as well from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. Brake lights start around Linwood. There's also some up by the Boeing Freeway. The trestle itself's a little heavy on westbound 2, same with 204 trying to get down out of Lake Stevens. So all in all, we're getting better, but kind of right about an average Tuesday. The lake bridges are fine. KIRO News Radio Real-Time Traffic. I'm Chris Sullivan.
7:14. Let's head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
Deputies in Pierce County responded to reports of a car stopped in the middle of a busy intersection over the weekend. The vehicle had no flashing lights, and inside a man appeared to be asleep behind the wheel.
Can you put the car in park?
Put the car in
Do
park.
not start the car. It's the police.
After several tense minutes, the man stepped out, but deputies immediately spotted a gun.
You're reaching.
Reaching?
You never seen police shoot someone for reaching for a gun? Okay, we're putting you in handcuffs for now.
Deputies found no signs of impairment, and the man insisted he was simply tired. He was later booked for reckless endangerment. Today, Snohomish County will launch its new emergency radio system. The new system will be encrypted, meaning the public will no longer have access to using the typical police scanner. Police officers and firefighters are receiving thousands of new handheld radios, which also include a new infrastructure of towers and networks. Taxpayers funded this upgrade back in 2018 to replace the county's 20-year-old system. The new technology can handle twice as much radio traffic and includes upgrades like smart batteries and the ability to filter out fire engine noise.
Reliable, refreshing, and ready every morning. Seattle's Morning News.
7:15. It has been a roller coaster 5 years for college grads who borrowed money for school after having loan repayment frozen for several years during the pandemic, being promised complete loan forgiveness by the Biden administration. And the Trump administration is now telling borrowers that if they are defaulted on their payments, the government will come after them.
Covering this story from thehill.com is Ashley Field, who joins us live. Ashley, thanks for joining us. Just set the stage for us. How is this unfolding right now?
Yes, thank you so much for having me. The Department of Education has greatly changed the trajectory of loan repayment. They say that 42.7 million borrowers owe more than $1.6 trillion in student debt, and that more than 5 million borrowers have not made monthly payments in over 360 days. So they're encouraging students who previously attended school to repay these loans and repay them very swiftly, as you mentioned, in a stark contrast to the Biden administration.
It's pretty clear this is a partisan issue, Ashley.
Well, there's a different way to approach the issue. The Biden administration believed that the debt should be eradicated, while House Republicans and the White House administration, which is now under President Trump, believes that these loans should be repaid in order to benefit taxpayers and the money that they've, contributed to people's education. So definitely two very different perspectives.
The people I know who have student loans have continued paying them over the past few years with the hope that maybe at some point they'll be forgiven. For those who have not been paying, what is the general advice for them right now, Ashley?
Right. So they are telling them to get in contact with their lender to basically address any debt that there still may be and to start making payments as soon as possible. And if not, there's a threat of wage garnishment and other avenues that the Trump administration may take to ensure that these funds are swiftly repaid.
Student loan collections are handled by the Department of Education, Ashley, and we know President Trump has been clear he wants to axe the entire education department. How would that affect all of this?
Right. So when he made that announcement at the executive order signing with intent to dismantle the Department of Education, Trump said that he would reallocate the responsibilities on the Department of Education when it comes to student loan repayment to another federal agency or office. Unsure on exactly which one that would be now, but he's just looking to, reassign that responsibility.
And help me understand this. When garnishing your wages, it sounds like it's a lot more straightforward when the government wants to do it as opposed to, you're in collections from some sort of a third party.
Right. So they already have access and the information that they would need to discover how much your salary is and how much they would need to deduct each month or each week or, to make sure that these loans are repaid. So it would definitely be a much larger threat than a collection debt agency or any other company coming after you.
All right. Thanks for the update this morning, Ashley. TheHill.com's Ashley Fields.
It's 7:18 as Seattle's morning news continues. Washington State has joined a coalition of 18 attorneys general in suing the Trump administration over its decision to halt federal approvals for wind energy projects. The lawsuit claims Trump's directive unlawfully freezes offshore and onshore wind development, threatening clean energy goals, economic investments, and job creation. Washington Attorney General Nick Brown says it undermines efforts to combat climate change and transition away from fossil fuels.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth directs the Pentagon to cut at least 20% of all four-star general officers and admirals. CBS News military consultant and retired Army Colonel Jeff McCausland says this will mark a dramatic change for the Pentagon.
When you focus particularly on four-star positions, there's not that many of those to begin with, and those are mostly in positions of very senior leadership and hardly part of what I would call the bureaucratic churn. So it makes you wonder if this actually is an effort not so much to reduce bureaucracy in the reduction of the four-star ranks at least, but actually put people in those four-star positions that are more politically appropriate, if you will, to what this particular administration is seeking.
McCausland says he fears this could lead to a cascading effect where 2- and 3-star generals leave the service rather than attempt to continue moving up the ranks.
In just a little while, newly elected Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney will visit the White House in his first meeting with President Trump since last month's election in Canada.
The two are expected to talk about the trade relationship between the U.S. and Canada. But over the weekend, when President Trump was asked if he will talk to Carney about making Canada a 51st state, as he has done in the past, President Trump responded, quote, "I will always talk about that." But the two are expected to make economy and their trade relationship the focus during the visit to Washington, D.C. today. Aaron Navarro, CBS News, Washington, D.C.
President Trump also plans to have a face-to-face meeting with Australia's re-elected Prime Minister.
The President called Anthony Albanese, who just won a second term as Australia's Prime Minister.
I had a very warm and positive conversation with President Trump.
A lot was discussed.
We talked about AUKUS and tariffs.
The pair agreed to meet.
We will engage with each other on a face-to-face basis at some time.
President Trump, in response, stated Australia's Prime Minister is very good and respectful. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also declared Australia is a valued ally. Scott Mayman for CBS News, Canberra, Australia.
The news is very serious, I know.
Yes, it is.
I shouldn't do it, right?
No, you shouldn't. You should move along right now.
I should? Okay.
Yes.
No Crocodile Dundee references.
No,
okay.
Not appropriate.
A tariff? You call that a tariff? You don't want me saying that.
A Seattle writer has captured one of literature's top honors. Tessa Hulse received the 2025 Pulitzer Prize for a memoir with her graphic novel, Feeding Ghosts. The Seattle Times describes Hulse's book as a decade-long project exploring her grandmother's escape from communist China and resulting family trauma. Seattle author Stacey Levine was also a Pulitzer finalist this year for fiction.
And 3 Seattle Times journalists nearly captured journalism's highest honor. The Seattle Times reporters Mike Riker, Linda Mapes, and Fiona Martin were Pulitzer finalists for their reporting. They had a series about the state's multi-billion-dollar efforts and how it may not help salmon or treaty rights. They were finalists in the local reporting category.
For the first time in a month, the Mariners have lost 2 games in a row. After a tough extra innings loss last night against the A's, the M's took a 6-5 lead into the bottom of the 10th before Seattle's clutch closer Andres Munoz gave up his first run of the season. Then in the bottom of the 11th, the A's took advantage with the bases loaded, ending the game with a soft single through the middle of the infield. Mariners manager Dan Wilson spoke after the game.
That's on me, and that's a tough way to lose.
Yes, it was.
Sully can't even look at me right now.
You know what? Neither can I, frankly.
Okay.
You think going into the bottom of an inning with the lead when Andres Munoz comes in, we just got under the impression that, the game's sealed up, it's done. Yeah. But of course, in the 10th and 11th inning, in the extra innings, you start with a runner on second base. So that single that got through, that got the runner in, oftentimes if Munoz was in the bottom of the 9th, that run would not have scored. But it's a shame,
We can't win them all.
He seemed so perfect, and he still is. He got out of the jam in that inning.
He's very good.
It was just game 1. We still have a chance to win the series, right? Team will have a chance to rebound today. In fact, another game in Sacramento against the A's. First pitch, 7:05. You can listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk, and he's watching the roads for us.
And we've actually picked up 10 minutes on the drive from Olympia to Tacoma, now at 45 minutes after a series of crashes we kind of had in that general area between 16 and the Puyallup River Bridge. So now the heaviest part of that drive is definitely getting through Lacey. And then we have about 25 minutes from Tacoma to Federal Way. So a little heavy up the hill to 18, and then an hour and 10 minutes from Federal Way to Seattle. So getting closer to that 90-minute mark from Tacoma to make the drive. Rented to Bellevue's running right around 35 minutes, and behind that on the Valley Freeway, we're running 30. And of course,
it's a reminder that, yes, it doesn't get there very often, and only when it really has to.
We've hit the $15 mark on northbound 167. It'll save you about 4 minutes. Coming down from the north end, we've also hit the $15 mark on the southbound 405 corridor. Hour and 10-minute trip for you, Everett to Bellevue, but that $15 will save you about 22 minutes now on that drive down through Linwood. Everett to Seattle, also about an hour and 10 minutes. The lake bridges are still okay. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Safety first comes with no credit financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. Oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, and more. Check for the Bucky's nearest you, buckys.com.
And we're looking for a high of 77 with a lot of sun today. Tomorrow, back down to the low 60s, so get out and enjoy it. Coming up on Seattle's Morning News, more of the day's top stories. We'll go live to University of Washington, where protests overnight led to the arrests of dozens of people.
This hour is brought to you by Beacon Plumbing.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
Here's what people are clamoring to buy right now. Poop from the Seattle Zoo. Zoodoo. You can get a zebra, you can get giraffe, a poodoos. You ever heard of that animal in your life?
Never in my life.
Laura, can you look that up?
It looks like a tiny Bambi.
I don't know how much poop you're going to get from that thing.
That's why it's rare and costly, my friend.
Jake and Spike.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM. Watch the Jake and Spike Show live on YouTube.
At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, we offer premium windows that are 25% more energy efficient, reduce noise by 50%, and come with clean glass technology. And Leak Armor installation gives you a lifetime warranty to protect your home. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
Lake Washington Windows and Doors makes it easy to enjoy new windows with clean glass technology now and defer paying for them until 2026 with zero down, zero payments, and zero interest for 12 months. Visit LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Need a new roof, a deck, siding, windows? Get up to $3,000 off any new installation. Hi, it's Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Home projects can add up fast, but we're here to help you save big. Book now and lock in up to $3,000 off in savings. That's $3,000 off any new installation. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com to schedule your free estimate today. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
As we age, the home can become an unsafe place, but at Care Partners Senior Living, help is always nearby. Amanda here for Care Partners Senior Living. Our communities offer safe living spaces with medical professionals on site and ready to help. We assist you with your mobility when needed, so you can participate in activities whenever you like and socialize at your own pace. With locations throughout Washington and Arizona, you'll find a Care Partners community near you. Care, it's in our name and what we do. Learn more at carepartnersliving.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results, receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Mike Salk here, and you've probably heard me mention that Crawl Pros has a full-service pest control division called Pest Pros, and they can prevent bug and rodent infestations from reoccurring at your house. You probably also know that it's especially important to keep a close eye on any signs of pest intrusion in your home during the spring. Why? Well, let's start with rodents. They're at the peak of their reproductive season, so if just one makes its way into your house, it could quickly turn into hundreds, and then you've got damage to insulation, wiring, even structural features, not to mention they're disgusting and carry disease. You may also see an increase in bugs, especially ants this time of year, as they're just looking for food. But if you got kids, you know they leave food everywhere, so this can become an even bigger issue. If you have any reason to think you've got a pest problem, you want to take care of it quickly before you have a much larger problem on your hands. So call Pest Pros. They'll come in, do a free corner-to-corner inspection, just like they did at my house, and fix the problem. If you're worried that any type of critter is making a home of your home, call Pest Pros or visit gopestpros.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Save on a 2-night getaway to beautiful Victoria, BC with the FRS Clipper Spring Sale. Travel car-free on the Clipper Fast Ferry and stay at a charming downtown hotel. Up to 20% off. Save during Clipper Spring Sale at FRSClipper.com.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It is 7:31. The University of Washington is cleaning up after pro-Palestinian protesters occupied an engineering building last night.
30 demonstrators were arrested after a standoff that lasted several hours. Protesters barricaded doors, set a dumpster on fire across the street. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey has been live on the scene all morning long. Luke, what are you seeing now?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Well, seeing a very scary picture unfold here as the sun's coming up near the Interdisciplinary Engineering Building here in the heart of UW's campus. I'm right near the quad, just up the hill. What I mean by scary is this. I'm at an area where protesters were last night, and it appears that they had collected potentially weapons. I'm looking at 5 very thick wooden poles, the kind of poles that would be planted into the ground next to a growing tree, very thick. They were snapped off and collected in one place, and then a few feet away in 3 different spots. I'm looking at piles of rocks that were brought together in different areas on either side of the street, next to the curb on the street, brought there on purpose. These are rocks the size of my fists. And then I also see several bike racks and a sculpture here. Maintenance crews told me, I thought they belonged here at the building, and said no, they were dragged from other parts of the campus to this spot along with a bunch of furniture at the top of the hill, as if protesters here in this spot last night were fortified. They were ready, and they were ready perhaps for a violent exchange with police or whoever else came toward the protest. Down the hill a little bit into the quad area itself of the building, there are plenty of signs of other protesters, including chalk messages like "Stop Funding Genocide Now" and "Free Palestine." And there are photos on the walls from the outside as well as the inside of people who were killed in the ongoing conflict in Gaza. And also a little bit down below near the doors, there are still furniture from inside that were brought outside to barricade the doors. That's all still in place, but you can probably hear that street sweeper that just passed me. Crews are here and they're cleaning up. Just a little bit down the street, I'm looking at them cleaning up debris from a dumpster fire as well. All of these photos, by the way, I've taken a lot of them this morning. Check them out on my X channel at Luke KIRO and also mynorthwest.com. These pro-Palestinian protesters took over this building yesterday afternoon, calling on UW to cut ties with Boeing. Boeing, also a military contractor, has donated around $10 million to build this engineering building, and protesters want that stopped, that relationship stopped. They renamed the building here for an engineer student, they say, who was killed in an airstrike in Gaza. Around 10:30 last night, state troopers and UW police and Seattle police moved in, however, and arrested about 30 protesters. In a statement, the university said the school will not be intimidated by this kind of behavior, and they will continue to oppose anti-Semitism in all forms. But again, as it's becoming clear now, it looks like at least some protesters, perhaps not all, were ready for something beyond just a peaceful protest. We're live in Seattle. Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
Okay, Luke, thank you. Kennewick police arrested a 38-year-old man from Pasco for driving dangerously over the weekend. Officers say he hit speeds above 120 miles an hour before running a red light and crashing into another car. The crash threw both drivers into a field. Thankfully, the 17-year-old victim suffered only minor injuries. The man was arrested for DUI and reckless driving.
It's now 7:34, and time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk. Here's Chris Sullivan.
And we are looking like a typical Tuesday now, which means we are definitely bursting at the seams. We have hour and 20-minute drives now for our commutes from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The brake lights begin in Linwood, and they really don't relent. They get a little lighter the further south you go, but not by much. Hour and 20 is also what we have from Federal Way to Seattle, with 40 minutes into South Center, 40 minutes from. So definitely seeing the increasing volume across the board. Tuesday is usually our heaviest day of the week. Renton to Bellevue's now up over 40 minutes, and behind that, the Valley Freeway's an hour. That's about 10 or 12 minutes slower than you might expect. 35 plus out of Auburn. Not only is it crawling through Highway 18, but also at the north end trying to tie in to the 405 corridor. 18 before Tiger Mountain all the way to I-90 is what you're dealing with there. Olympia to Tacoma's at 45 minutes. The Lake Bridges, though, are hanging in there, but boy, coming up from or down from either end, we are really struggling. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
Sunshine, high of 77 today, warmest day of the year likely on tap. Tomorrow we'll have clouds and highs in the low 60s, so let's just enjoy today. Right now it's 50 at 7:36.
Seattle's morning news. Always live, always connected. Stream, watch, subscribe, and share at mynorthwest.com.
Other things we're following this morning, law enforcement officials from Seattle to Bowling Green, Kentucky are trying to figure out how a wanted fugitive escaped Sunday morning while in the custody of private transport agents at SeaTac Airport. 28-year-old Cedric Stevenson was at check-in when he escaped into the crowd, hopped onto a light rail train, got off on Capitol Hill, and disappeared. Here's Sheriff Brett Hightower on why they use a private company rather than their own deputies.
We have the ability to send our own folks, but we get reimbursed from the state for the full cost of using a service like this.
Prisoner Transport Services, a private company contracted by the Warren County, Kentucky Sheriff's Office, will bring Stevenson back to Kentucky on an escape warrant.
U.S. Department of Justice has opened an investigation into a new Washington law. The law mandates clergy to report child abuse or neglect. According to the Seattle Times, the DOJ says the law could violate the First Amendment. Governor Bob Ferguson signed State Senate Bill 5375 into law last week. It includes clergy as mandated reporters with no exemptions for information obtained during confession. Senator Noel Frame of Seattle sponsored the bill. Justice Department labeled the law as anti-Catholic.
A former Seattle Seahawk has been arrested in connection with a domestic violence incident. KIRO Newsradio's Frank Lindsay has details.
Cleveland Browns linebacker Devin Bush was charged with harassment and misdemeanor simple assault over the weekend. He allegedly chased his girlfriend through his house in suburban Pittsburgh and smashed her cell phone. Bush is a former first-round draft pick who spent 4 seasons with the Pittsburgh Steelers and 1 with the Seattle Seahawks before signing with the Browns last year. Frank Lindsay, KIRO News Radio.
The Browns tell Associated Press the team is aware and gathering more information.
Rite Aid will sell or close all its stores as it files for bankruptcy for a second time. Sources tell Bloomberg the drugstore chain CEO Matthew Schroeder made the announcements to employees yesterday. In 2020, Rite Aid also bought all 69 stores around here owned by Bartell Drugs. Bartell, founded in Seattle in 1890, did not survive the pandemic. Rite Aid has struggled with falling prescription reimbursements, opioid case settlements, online competition, and they say most recently tariffs.
An apartment fire left 1 person dead yesterday morning in Everett. Firefighters put out the flames in the bedroom of a unit at the Woodhaven Apartments. That's along Fowler Avenue in the city's South Forest Park neighborhood. About 8:25 in the morning, that person died at the scene. No word yet how the fire started.
Bates Technical College will start construction on its new fire service training center this month. A $42 million project aims to provide students with hands-on learning. News Tribune reports the state legislature set aside the funds in 2023. The new center will replace a commercial truck driving lot on the South Campus. It'll include a live fire training structure, drill yards, and a mock fire station. Classrooms will also be part of the facility.
And KIRO 7 TV says there is a happy ending for some ducklings in Seattle's Madison Park neighborhood. Seattle fire crews rescued them Monday after they got stuck in a storm drain. Firefighters gently pulled the ducklings out with a bucket and returned them to mom. Everyone, ducks included, just fine.
I'm not going to do the duck pun. I've decided not to.
You already did that once, didn't you?
Yeah, that'd be a quack up. Let's go over to Sully and what's coming up in traffic.
Wow. We're going to look at the hour and 20-minute trips that we have. There are at least 3 commutes that have that number, so we'll break it down for you next.
KIRO News Radio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
It may be the most noble profession.
Come on.
It's the work of heroes.
Heroes?
You want to live without plumbing?
Well, no.
Then you need plumbers.
Right.
Thing is, so do I.
You need plumbers.
Smiles, actually.
Smiling plumbers?
Or someone who smiles and wants to become an Apollo plumber.
A smile. That's what it takes?
Skills are something we can teach.
Sure.
But a positive attitude comes from within. passion.
That's a big part of being an Apollo plumber.
The biggest part.
What else?
A desire to learn and serve.
Just like every Apollo plumber.
As they learn, so shall they earn.
Earn?
Apollo plumbers can earn 6 figures.
Enough to make me smile.
We believe you get what you give.
Give a smile.
And Apollo Service.
Get a smile.
A well-paid smile.
Driving one of those big blue Apollo trucks.
That's the goal.
Does seem pretty noble.
It's important, satisfying work.
And you're looking now?
There's always room for another smile around here.
On the Apollo Plumbing team.
Apply at apolloplumbing.com.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
We know finding a company to trust with your home is a big decision and one we look forward to earning with incredible service, top quality products, and lifetime warranties. Adrian here, owner of Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Our windows are feature-rich with our sound package that reduces noise by 50%, clean glass technology, and added protection with our exclusive First Guard 3-layer security glass. Learn more about all of these features at lakewashingtonwindows.com. Lake Washington Windows and Doors, a name you can trust.
Right now at Les Schwab Tires, it's the Best for Less sales event. Save up to $120 instantly on a set of 4 tires. Choose from a wide selection of some of our longest-lasting, best-performing tires. Plus, you'll get America's best tire warranty, 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just another way you'll get more from less. Stop by a store or shop online at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Cold is leaking and rats are moving and mold is creeping and water seeping in. It's hard to be a homeowner, we know.
Without American Crawl Space and Pest Services, it is hard to be a homeowner. Dave Ross here. American Crawl are the heroes to call for insulation and pest issues because in addition to their great reviews and decades of experience, they also give out the most PSE insulation rebates of any insulation company in the state.
American Crawl, the heroes you call.
Get your free inspection at AmericanCrawl.com.
It's 7:43. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Sully.
All right, let's play a little game. If you're leaving Everett right now, or if you're leaving Federal Way right now,
you're going to be late.
What time will you get to Seattle or Bellevue?
9:15.
Pretty close. About 9 o'clock. It's about an hour and 20-minute trip for all 3 of those commutes right now, from Everett to Seattle, Everett to Bellevue, Federal Way to Seattle. It is not pretty out there, and that's just volume. That's just a ton of people heading to work. A lot of people who may have been in transit before are now driving solo. A bunch of different people, just different things. But there are more people out there, and this is with no crashes along the way. So you're just going to have to be patient. It's going to be one of those days. Don't try to zip around everybody to try to get those 4 or 5 car lengths ahead. It won't matter. It's just not worth it. But yeah, hour and 20 minutes for all of those drives. You're looking at an hour as well up the Valley Freeway. You hit the brakes about Pacific, and you're really on them up through Kent with just a slight break before you hit it again, trying to get up into Renton. And Renton to Bellevue's up over 45 minutes. Really struggling today. Olympia to Tacoma's at about 48 minutes. Some slowing on eastbound 16 past Cheney Stadium. Definitely seeing brake lights up the 5 Hill to 18. It's closer to 25 minutes to go from Tacoma into Federal Way. Arlington to Everett's running at 25 minutes. The Lake Bridges, though, are hanging in there, though we are starting to see the westbound braking across Mercer Island now on I-90 trying to get over to Seattle. This report brought to you by Bucky's Complete Auto Repair. Safety first comes with no credit financing at Bucky's Complete Auto. Oil changes, brakes, tune-ups, wiper blades, factory maintenance. Check for the Bucky's nearest you at buckys.com.
Lovely day. We've warmed up to 50 already in the sunshine, and we're headed for 77 in Seattle. Things are going to change tomorrow. We're looking for more clouds and some showers by afternoon. 62 the high tomorrow, but then drying out again on Thursday. 62, partly sunny on Friday as well as we wrap up the week. Highs in the upper 60s.
Let's go to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A Thurston County handyman accused of murdering an 82-year-old Tenino woman will enter his plea in court today. Jeffrey Ziz has been charged with first-degree murder, felony murder, kidnapping, and unlawful disposal of remains. According to court documents, he had dinner with Marcia Norman on April 1st. Then days later, they found her body buried in concrete under a shed. He's due in court at 9 this morning. New surveillance video out of Pierce County captures the moment investigators say a man tried to get revenge for getting kicked out of a bar. It happened on Pacific Avenue South on Sunday afternoon. The suspect was caught on video using his truck as a battering ram, crashing into the bar's front doors and taking off. But it did not take long for deputies to find the damaged truck and the truck's owner.
Turn around. Oh, you're being placed under arrest, okay? We'll talk about it in a minute.
The 51-year-old is facing a slew of charges, including felony harassment, reckless endangerment, vandalism, and hit and run.
Katrina, thank you. Coming up, New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold weighs in on the first 100 days of the Trump administration.
Hey, it's John Curley with Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision RLE. Doc, I heard that 50% of Americans have their lenses replaced by the time they're 75.
That's exactly right, John. As we near 50, our eye's natural lens starts to become dysfunctional. If you've now added readers to your need for glasses and contacts, it's a sign the quality and function of your natural lens is fading, and it's a steady decline towards cataracts.
Don't go another 20 plus years with poor vision, hassling with contacts and readers. Do what I did. Choose a quick, painless refractive lens exchange from K2 Vision RLE and start enjoying great vision now.
Our new lens technology is truly amazing. After replacing over 100,000 lenses, we have the experience to guide each patient to their best solution, even if that's recommending you wait a little while before RLE.
K2 Vision RLE can restore distance and near vision permanently, plus never develop a cataract. Read the reviews and schedule a free Zoom consultation now at k2visionrle.com.
My wife and I have been married for over 15 years, and I've never had any complaints about my performance in the bedroom. But after I turned 40, things started feeling different. I was gaining weight, losing muscle, and I just wasn't interested in sex anymore. My wife told me her friend's husband went through the same thing, and it turns out he had low testosterone. So we booked a free T-check at Revive Health, and that's when I learned that my testosterone levels were low too. We worked with a provider to create a custom treatment plan, and today, my wife and I are having more fun than we did on our honeymoon. My only regret is not reaching out sooner.
If you're ready to book your free T-check, visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com or call 206-529-1111. Again, that's 206-529-1111.
Americans love using their credit cards, the most secure and hassle-free way to pay. But DC politicians want to change that with the Durbin-Marshall credit card bill. This bill lets corporate megastores pick how your credit card is processed, allowing them to use untested payment networks that jeopardize your data security and rewards. Corporate megastores will make more money, and you pay the price. Tell Congress to guard your card, because Americans lose when politicians choose. Learn more at guardyourcard.com. Paid for by the Electronic Payments Coalition.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
It's Tuesday, and on Tuesdays, we call up New York Times investigative reporter David Fahrenthold for some analysis of some of the week's big national stories. Good morning, David. And here we are. We're 100 days into the Trump administration. Let's start on the MAGA side of things. What is your impression of how Trump voters view how President Trump is doing these first 100 days?
Well, Trump's approval rating is overall down, and he's lost a lot of points among independents particularly. But I think Republicans are still overall pretty happy. I mean, if you get your news from Fox News, I think you're overall pretty happy with Trump's second term. To me, the big question is there's really been nothing that's happened to Main Street so far as a result of Trump's tariffs policies. Obviously, the stock market has gone way down and then way up again, but we haven't really seen stuff on Amazon, stuff at the grocery store start to cost more, and that's going to happen soon. So when that actual hardship kicks in, that'll be a real difference from Trump 1, and I think it'll be interesting to see how Trump's diehard base reacts to that.
Immigration has always been the top of the priority list for the president and his administration. Now the White House just announced they're offering to pay undocumented immigrants $1,000 to self-deport. How exactly would that work, and what's been the reaction?
Well, the way it works apparently is you download an app and you register yourself with the app. The government, U.S. government, pays for your airfare back to your home country. And then after you get there, then you tell them, like, I've arrived back in whatever country, and they send you $1,000. And I think two things are interesting about this. One, I'm not sure I would take that to the bank. What incentive do they have to pay you that $1,000 once you're already gone? And the second thing is, this is an interesting shift in Trump's immigration policy from, the really hyper-aggressive mass deportation strategy of the first few weeks to now, like, hey, can we pay you to leave? It's a sign maybe that they realize that their hard-line tactics are not producing the numbers they wanted.
So how do you think they came up with that number, $1,000? It seems like a kind of a lowball number, if you ask me.
Yeah, I wondered that too. I mean, maybe just for budget reasons. If lots of people take this, that money could start to add up if you're offering $5,000 or $10,000. But I think the bigger reason is just a verification problem, right? How do you really know if this starts to happen on any sort of mass scale? How can you be sure that A, people have really left, and B, that they're not going to come back later? So it seems like you wouldn't want to invest too much in this in each individual case, just given the uncertainty about really what you've achieved.
David, another big headline this week from the president is the idea of reviving Alcatraz and reopening it as a federal prison. Is that practical?
No, not at all. This is an idea that I think appeals to Trump because it's like, he's a child of, he was born in the 40s. He's a child of the 60s and 70s. He remembers the escape from Alcatraz, the Birdman of Alcatraz. Alcatraz was a scary thing when he was growing up, but it's been closed for 50-something years. I've been there. It's an interesting place, but it's a museum. It is an old place. And so to turn it into a modern prison that would be as secure as he wants it to be would be enormously expensive. And anyway, the U.S. government already has a supermax jail in Colorado that nobody's ever escaped from. It has something better than Alcatraz. People escape from Alcatraz. Nobody's ever escaped from the supermax in Florence, Colorado. So there's really no reason to do that other than Trump saw a movie one time and wants to make that movie true again.
David, we always appreciate you checking in with us on Tuesdays. New York Times investigative reporter David Farenthold.
It was a really good movie, though.
It was.
Escape from Alcatraz.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
It is very cool, though.
Yeah. And I wonder if those guys ever really did make it or not.
I'm guessing no.
I'm assuming no, not without a wetsuit or a dry suit. You know how cold that water is?
I digress. But it's a good movie. That's all I'm saying. Escape from Alcatraz.
So was The Rock.
Yeah. Sean Connery. Mm-hmm. We're really digressing here, and we shouldn't do that. This is where we check the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk with Chris Sullivan.
We're just trying to help you guys take your mind off what is a mind-numbing 90-minute drive from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue.
You know, there's this whole theory that Sean Connery in The Rock is actually James Bond.
There you go, digressing again.
Well, and by the way, just so you know, when you enter the Matrix, it turns out that Neo is actually John Wick. Think about that. Looking at the drive pulling away from Linwood, we are bumper to bumper. I mean, all the way down through Northgate on I-5 and through Totem Lake on 405. That's where you get that 90-minute trip. Hour and 20 from Federal Way to Seattle when you have the brake lights really from the beginnings of Boeing Field. It's closer to 50 minutes now just from South Center, so ugly. 50 minutes as well from Renton to Bellevue. You have a little bit of gap through Factoria before you hit it again. Valley Freeway still close to an hour. 45 minutes from Olympia to Tacoma. The Lake Bridges are hanging in there, though westbound 90 is starting to see some more brake lights. Looking at 18 over Tiger Mountain being pretty thick, but it's become average. This report brought to you by Closets by Design. Custom storage solutions for closets, garages, home offices, and more. Go to closetsbydesign.com to see the current specials or call 800-BY-DESIGN to learn more.
You can really look up that fan theory about both of those.
Okay.
It's a real thing, man. We're not making it up.
I'll go do some research.
Are they also Ted from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure?
No, but you'd think if you enter the world where John Wick can do what he does, that's got to be an alternate, perhaps a Matrix-esque situation.
Is there time travel involved? Because then you do get into Bill and
I don't know what
Ted's.
any of this means.
It's Keanu Reeves related.
Okay. We're going to see sunshine today. Warm temperatures. We're headed for a high of 77. Things will change tomorrow. 62 the high, some showers by afternoon. Right now, sunny and 50 in Seattle.
Coming up, we head live to the University of Washington campus where dozens of protesters were arrested. It's 7:55.
The John Curley Show.
When I was shooting at a squirrel, I was like 10 years old. I traded out. It was a high-8 film that got confused with my mom and dad's high-8 films from Singapore. And it had a woman undressing, so it was like a nudie film. I didn't even think like I was going to miss. And it went right past the squirrel. Yeah. And it hit my neighbor's a great big picture window. He got me dead to rights.
John Curley, weekdays 3 to 7 on KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm? I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
If you want a dream bathroom without a humongous price tag, now's the time to call Bathfitter Northwest. Ursula Royteen here. I picked Bathfitter because they are the original one-day bath remodeler. They're a local, family-owned business that's been around for 40 years. They own every step in the process to make sure you get the best quality product and the best value. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Why would you choose anyone else? Call Bathfitter today.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The markets and the economy will change, but you should always know what you can rely on from your financial advisor. I'm John Ramsire with Baird Private Wealth Management in Seattle. With deep planning and investment expertise, Baird's financial advisors have guided individuals and families through changing markets for more than 100 years. And in all that time, our guiding principle has never changed. Our clients come first, always. Discover the Baird difference at rwbaird.com/Seattle.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation with exciting news. We now offer the exclusive K-Guard gutter system. Say goodbye to clogged gutters and hello to less maintenance. Call today or visit us online at guardianroofing.com.
Your best source for local news. KIRO Newsradio, KIRO FM, and HD1, Tacoma, Seattle, Northwest News.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. President Trump meets Canada's Prime Minister shortly at the White House. Traditionally, it's been a meeting of friends, but CBS's Natalie Brand says things are much different now.
Watching this meeting is going to be so
fascinating, the tone and interaction between these two leaders. Carney campaigned on speaking out against President Trump's actions when it comes to tariffs and talking about Canada as the 51st state. And he, vowed to Canadians to stand up to this administration.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says he's aiming to cut 20% of the military's four-star generals and admirals.
We're going to shift resources from bloated headquarters elements to our warfighters.
CBS's Charlie D'Agata at the Pentagon.
He said in World War II, there was one general for 6,000 troops. Now there's one for every 1,400. He says more generals and admirals does not equal more success.
Russia's defense ministry says all 4 international airports around Moscow temporarily suspended flights today as the military intercepted more than 100 Ukrainian drones fired at almost a dozen Russian regions. Well, this woman waiting on a flight at Newark Airport says she understands the staffing issues that are driving large numbers of cancellations and delays.
We haven't made it a priority, and with the amount of travel that happens in our country, it should be a priority.
United Airlines has cut 35 daily flights from its Newark schedule beginning Saturday. Department of Education says Harvard University will receive no new federal grants as long as it resists demands to change from the Trump administration. CBS's Michael Wallace on the situation at another Ivy League school.
Columbia is cutting 180 staff members who work on research that relies on federal grants. Earlier this year, the Trump administration paused $400 million of Columbia's funding, alleging anti-Semitism on campus. In a letter to the Columbia community, acting president Claire Shipman says the financial strain has become intense. She says the school is looking for alternate funding sources to keep its research going.
In Germany, the conservative Friedrich Merz was elected today by lawmakers on the second ballot to become chancellor. On the Health Watch, CBS News medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder says new research indicates the shingles vaccine may help with more than the viral infection that causes rashes.
People who got the older shingles vaccine, what we call Zostavax, in that population, we saw a 23% reduction in their risk of cardiovascular events.
And checking Wall Street, right now the Dow is down 136 points. The S&P is down 20 points. This is CBS News.
A word from Progressive Insurance. Life can be hard, so Progressive can make bundling your home and auto easy. Hope that helps. Learn more at Progressive.com or 1-800-PROGRESSIVE.
It's 8:03. Let's head over to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk with Chris Sullivan.
This is one of the worst Tuesdays we've had in a while, and it's all just volume. We're done with all the spring breaks, and everyone's heading to the office today, and that's why we have about an hour and a half trip coming out of Snohomish County from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. I mean, it's bumper to bumper from Linwood, just a slight gap in Shoreline, then you hit it again all the way across the Ship Canal Bridge. For 405, it really doesn't relent until you're south of Kirkland, so it's not exactly a fun day coming down out of Snohomish County. The good news is we've cleared out in Marysville, so if you're further north, it's not too bad. The Federal Way to Seattle Drive is still running at about an hour and 20 minutes with 50 of those minutes from South Center. You're going to hit the brakes right around the beginning of Boeing Field, and you're going to be on them all the way into downtown. 509 is also jammed up from 128th as well, all the way up through South Park. West Seattle Bridge caught up in this as well. Coming up the hill from Fife is going to be bumper to bumper all the way to 18, 25 minutes to get you up into Federal Way. Looking at the Valley Freeway, we've got about a 55-minute trip for you, 30 of those minutes out of Auburn, and 50 minutes from Renton to Bellevue. The Lake Bridges are still holding their own at about 20 to 25 minutes. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
8:04 on Seattle's Morning News. Along with Manda Factor, I'm Charlie Harger.
Dozens of protesters waking up in jail this morning. This after they were arrested after a standoff that lasted several hours at the University of Washington.
And the campus is cleaning up right now after pro-Palestinian protesters occupied an engineering building last night, barricading doors, setting a dumpster on fire. KIRO Newsradio's Luke Ducey is live at the scene. Luke, what are you seeing now?
Yeah, Charlie, a lot of those barricades still in place here at the Interdisciplinary Engineering Building, which is in the heart of UW's campus. I'm standing right next to the quad of the engineering building. Those barricades consisting of furniture that protesters brought from inside the building, outside, road signs, scooters. Looks like anything they could get their hands on quickly to create those barricades. Just down the streets, across the street, you're going to hear a street cleaner pass by me in a second. They're sweeping up and mopping up after a dumpster fire. That is all cleaned up right now. It was a couple hours ago. It was still smoldering in spots. And then there are photos from inside the building taped to windows, but also on the exterior brick of the building as well. Photos of people who have died in the ongoing conflict in Gaza. And there are chalk messages written on the concrete here like "Free Palestine, Free Gaza," and "Stop funding genocide now." But interestingly, right next to all of that, we're seeing some things left behind by protesters that are painting some pictures that perhaps they thought they were going to be here longer than they were, when about 30 protesters were arrested around 10:30 last night by state troopers, UW police, and Seattle police. There are bags of wool blankets left behind, but they're still in the bags. They weren't brought out, but it looks like maybe they were going to use those in the wee hours of the morning and late at night when it got colder, of course. There are food containers here, water bottles, empty cans of Red Bull as well. And also, as I'm walking up the sidewalk now away from the quad, I'm looking at an even scarier scene unfold. At the top of the hill, there are a bunch of bike racks and a sculpture, and maintenance crews earlier this morning told me, I assume they were from the building here in the engineering building. They said, no, those were dragged across campus to this area, and they were used to block off the streets. And then right next to those, I see these thick 1-inch diameter wood poles, the kind of poles that are planted right alongside young trees that, to help them kind of grow. And those were snapped off. I see a pile of 5 of those ready to go. I see right next to them 2, 3, 4 piles of rocks the size of my fist that are also piled up, ready to go. Apparently, it looked like some protesters, at least at the top of the hill here, may have fortified themselves and were ready for more than a peaceful protest. These pro-Palestinian protesters took over the building yesterday afternoon, calling on UW to cut ties with Boeing. Boeing, a military contractor, has donated around $10 million to build this engineering facility. Protesters renamed the building here for an engineering student they say was killed in an airstrike in Gaza. Well, here is how students are reacting this morning.
A lot of the violence comes from the police's side. A lot of the protests have been incredibly peaceful.
So I would say that vandalism, especially to a campus like this, is not ever okay.
Generally speaking, I support the students' right to free speech and protest.
You'll remember last year, pro-Palestinian protesters set up an encampment, on part of the campus for weeks. It lasted for weeks. And then this past February, they marched here across campus, calling again for the school to cut ties with Boeing. Again, those arrests happened again last night around 10:30. State troopers and police moved in, 30 or so arrested. A university spokesperson yesterday, said that the school will not be intimidated by this kind of behavior, and they will continue to oppose anti-Semitism in all of its forms. Live on the UW campus, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
And just so this didn't get buried there, Luke, you are seeing a bunch of big old rocks that seem to be positioned in place for whatever reason.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to say it was all the protesters because we don't know. I mean, certainly some students saying that part of this protest was peaceful. But yeah, I mean, it's clear that there are piles of sticks and piles of rocks. There's no question about it that they were put there. They don't belong there because there are no rocks anywhere else. And they're the size of my fist. And, along with the barricades, it's clear that protesters some of them at least, were at the top of this hill in front of the building, ready to be violent if they had to, or they thought that was something that they wanted to do. Clearly that didn't happen, thank goodness, but it looked like it could have escalated at one point last night.
All right, Luke, thank you. It's 8:09.
Keeping you informed since 1974. This is the city's longest-running radio news show.
Seattle's Morning News on KIRO Newsradio.
Along with Charlie Harger, I'm Manda Factor. It is Tuesday, the 6th of May.
And police are looking for that guy who escaped from custody at SeaTac Airport. This stretches from Bowling Green, Kentucky to Seattle. He's a wanted fugitive. And with the story, here's KIRO News Radio's James Lynch.
28-year-old Cedric Stevenson was at check-in Sunday morning with a private transport agent when he escaped into the crowd, hopped onto a light rail train, got off on Capitol Hill, and disappeared. Stevenson was in the custody of Prisoner Transport Services, a private company contracted by the Warren County, Kentucky Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Brett Hightower says,
I've been in office going on my 7th year. This is the first time we've had any situation like this.
At least 5 fugitives have died in PTS custody since 2012. The company has been the subject of a congressional investigation about its transport practices. James Lynch, KIRO News Radio.
What was Stevenson wanted for? He was wanted for escape. He also has a history of assaulting a police officer and illegal possession of a firearm.
New surveillance video out of Pierce County captures the moment investigators say a man tried to get revenge for being kicked out of a bar. This happened on Pacific Avenue South Sunday afternoon. The suspect was caught on video using his truck as a battering ram, crashing into the bar's front doors and taking off. Didn't take long for deputies to find the damaged truck and the truck's owner.
Turn around. Oh, you're being placed under arrest, okay? We'll talk about it in a minute.
Now, the 51-year-old is facing a number of charges, including felony harassment, reckless endangerment, vandalism, and hit and run.
Deputies in Pierce County responded to reports of a car stopped in the middle of a busy intersection over the weekend. The vehicle had no flashing lights. Inside, a guy appeared to be asleep at the wheel.
You put the car in park.
Put the car in
Do
park.
not start the car. It's the police.
Several tense minutes, the man stepped out, but deputies say they spotted a gun.
You're reaching.
Reaching?
You never seen police shoot someone for reaching for a gun? Okay, we're putting you in handcuffs for now.
No signs of impairment on the man. He insisted he was tired. He was later booked for reckless endangerment.
Washington's very own Benson Boone is coming back home to rock Climate Pledge Arena. The Monroe-born pop star announced yesterday he's headlining his first nationwide arena tour this fall. It includes a stop in Seattle October 5th. Tickets go on sale Friday. He's 22 years old, out with a new album this summer after he was nominated for Best New Artist at the Grammys.
Time for a check on weather brought to us by State Roofing and Exteriors. We could see a high of 77 in Seattle today, but KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ted Beener says don't get too comfortable. The heat won't last.
Well, we're going to cool down Wednesday and Thursday with another system that basically is going to move into British Columbia, but it's going to bring onshore flow and cooler temperatures, knock our high temperatures back down into the 60s.
Looks kind of cloudy and gray this weekend. Not a washout for Mother's Day, but not exactly warm like today. In Seattle right now, it's 50 and sunny at 8:12.
And that's time to get back to the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk. Kind of a mess this morning, Sully.
Yeah, it is, and it's all primarily because of volume. However, we do have one stall that is causing a pretty significant amount of backup. This is on northbound 99 inside the Seattle tunnel. The right lane is blocked about halfway through the tunnel, and we are backed up all the way well before the West Seattle Bridge, if you can believe it, all the way back and really across the First Avenue South Bridge, and 509 is backed up all the way from 128. This is all compounded by that stall we have inside the tunnel that they've been working with for a little bit. So plan on delays on that entire corridor. And then you have a Federal Way to Seattle drive of about an hour and 20 with 50 of those minutes from South Center. So you don't want to try to jump on 509 or 99 to try to avoid that. In fact, Airport Way might actually be a little bit better. However, it is still slow through Georgetown. The Renton to Bellevue Drive, about 50 minutes. That's become normal on Tuesdays. Behind that on the Valley Freeway, well over 50 minutes with 30 plus out of Auburn. Heavy there at 18 plus at the north end part of that drive. Olympia to Tacoma is thinning out, and Pierce County in general is trying to thin out a little bit. It's just going to take a little bit longer. Bigger story out of the north end, though, is an hour and a half to make the drive from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. It's about 20 minutes slower than you might expect, but it's about average now for some Tuesdays. And this is definitely one that is pretty thick. Across the lake, you need about 25 minutes on either I-90 or 520 to go from Bellevue to Seattle. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafe.wa.com.
It's 8:14, and we head over to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
Today, 150 union aircraft fuelers will vote to strike. They work for Swissport, a company that provides airport ground services. These workers have fueled several airlines, including Alaska, American, Delta, and United. According to the union, they're working with an expired contract. Negotiations have been going on for more than 2 months and are now at a standstill. Along with a pay raise, the workers are pushing for a place to park for work, lockers, and the opportunity to wash jet fuel off from their clothes at the end of their shift. And we've got an update on the rock slide that's blocking Chuckanut Drive in Skagit County. WashDOT says the slide has settled enough for contractors to step in. The slide happened a little over 2 weeks ago and caused a 20 feet tall blockage that extends about 150 feet. WashDOT officials say contractors will scale the slide and remove loose rock as they prepare for cleaning. It's unclear how long that will take.
Thank you, Katrina. It's 8:15.
Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Hey, oh, let's go.
Now, Choke Points with Chris Sullivan.
Presented by Carter Subaru.
You know, he was calling it the choo-choo train a little earlier.
The choo-choo train.
He honestly said that.
He?
Chris Sullivan.
I did. I mentioned it in a tease.
Yes.
Because we're talking trains today.
Yeah, and you took a little field trip yesterday to Soto to meet Amtrak's president.
Yeah, I got to go down to Soto to see what they are doing at that big maintenance facility just south of the stadiums. And it really took the horn of that passing train was the only thing it could drown out the sound of that pile driving. Believe me, it was loud. And the people who work down there know because they've been driving for a while. But this is for the new maintenance facility for Amtrak just south of Holgate in Soto. $300 million expansion project is needed so Amtrak can upgrade its trains and streamline maintenance in the area. I ran down there and hung out with Amtrak President Roger Harris as he visited the site for the first time.
It's really impressive, like not only how much work has been done this quickly, but how large the facility is going to be. You know, certainly, as far as I know, currently on plan and on budget. So it's it's another great example of the construction that we've had here.
Because the soil is so soft and wet, the workers have to dewater about 500,000 gallons from the site a day so they can get down, dig enough, and dig and install these 140-foot-long pilings into the ground. When finished, this new 600-foot-long building will be able to accommodate Amtrak's new Aero trains, which are going to debut in Seattle next year.
It has 5G Wi-Fi. It has a modern food service car, modern seating, lighting, etc. So the entire customer experience is far more contemporary.
Amtrak President Harris says this new building is designed with these new trains in mind and will make the maintenance process really much more efficient there.
The trains will come in every day or so. They get a certain level of maintenance that's planned in advance, and you don't have to separate the train, move it to a different building, put it back together, etc. So it's a much more carefully choreographed maintenance program, I would say.
And it will also keep the trains and the workers out of the rain.
In the climate here in the Pacific Northwest, being able to put all the maintenance under cover, 24/7, dry, air-conditioned work environment, it also is a substantially better work environment. That improves worker productivity.
The new 100,000 square foot maintenance building is expected to open in 2027. It'll be the first new maintenance yard to open out of the 6 that Amtrak is currently building around the country. Nearly 1 million people rode the Amtrak Cascades line last year. That's a 41% increase over 2023. And for perspective, that's higher than it had pre-pandemic in 2019. So it's not just a rebound from the pandemic. They're actually seeing more people using that entire corridor, and these new trains will really, really help.
Okay, so you brought up a little earlier when talking about this. These are fast trains, right? They have the capability of going fast.
They have the capability of going about 149 miles an hour, which, of course, is higher than what Washington State currently allows for passenger rail. It can go as high as 79, which we have run before, but it has the capability. And on the East Coast, they plan to run them higher than 79 miles an hour, up to that 149 max. So it's faster. they just have better amenities. They're newer. And building this yard means, and they come as units. They don't come as individual train cars, so they come as units. And so they'll go into the maintenance yard entirely as one train. And then right now they have to move things around the yard because it isn't as big. So, and they've got a mixture of types of train cars. These will all be the brand new Aero versions, which you can see at mynorthwest.com. I've got a link there, plus some pictures and video I shot down at the site. It's always cool to see, big projects like that being done from the inside and get to talk to the movers and shakers like the president of Amtrak.
I love trains. It sounds like they're going to be really cool.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be, really nice, and it's going to provide much, more reliable options for people who want to do that and not, take the drive, they say, back and forth between Portland or head up to British Columbia. So yeah, it's a vast improvement. I talked to Mr. Harris about a variety of different things, because obviously we have high-speed light rail they're talking about, and so that would be potentially direct competition, something that would go 150, faster than the 149 miles an hour that they're going. The futures of that, I also asked them whether or not there'd be any issues related to tariffs and things going on, but these parts are all made, and the trains are made in California and North Carolina, so there shouldn't be an issue in terms of that, in terms of maybe delaying this project at all. So it's all full steam ahead down there in SoDo.
We hear all these questions or all these stories. It seems to crop up like every 2 years. High-speed rail between Seattle and Portland and Vancouver, BC. This is separate and apart from that. But what was he saying about the potential of that?
Well, he says he sees the idea of that, but he understands that the feasibility of that is really nowhere near realistic, because you would have to build a whole new set of tracks. Where would you put those tracks? They wouldn't be anywhere near Seattle. There's no way. So Seattle might be east of Bellevue, where you could run something flat all the way. And let's not forget what we've seen in California. I mean, how much they've spent $30 billion so far and have not even laid 1 mile of track for that. So, I mean, it's a fabulous idea.
Hey, this region loves spending billions on issues and not having anything to show for it.
Or following the mistakes of California by spending more money on it themselves for the same result. So, yeah, it'd be great. It'd be fabulous. But maybe, this isn't Japan. We didn't start this way, right? Yeah. We've already filled in. It's hard to find space for something that's going to run 300 miles an hour. That's certainly not going anywhere near I-5. So, at least in this part of the state. So, we'll see. It's interesting. I mean, that's maybe a great long-term thing, but who knows what we'll be doing in 15 years in terms of transportation.
Sully.
Flying, individual
Let's
cars.
go from the choo-choos to the cars at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And, the cars are slow. They're just not going very well.
Not going 160 miles per hour?
No, they are not. And we have a stall inside the 99 tunnel in downtown Seattle, which is blocking the right lane. And that has us backed up really almost all the way to 128th in Burien. Think about that. The entire trip from Burien up the First Avenue South Bridge, East Marginal Way, and into that tunnel is backed up that entire corridor. So don't use it. Problem is, you go over to I-5, which has more capacity, but it's running 50 minutes from South Center to downtown, so way behind schedule. Overall, about an hour and 25 from Federal Way. Still seeing brake lights in the Tacoma area, but this time it's southbound. We have a crash for where you'd get off by the Tacoma Dome in southbound for I-5, so that's an unusual bit of slowing. Most of Pierce County, other than that, is getting better. Valley Freeway, still 55 minutes from end to end, with Renton to Bellevue just under 50. Hour and a half continues from Everett to Seattle or Everett to Bellevue. The Lake Bridges running right around 25 minutes going westbound. 520 is a better bridge, though you will be paying the max toll right now. This report brought to you by AAA of Washington, saving summer planning to the last minute. Don't forget your AAA membership. They can help with everything from road trip prep to hotel bookings. Visit AAA.com today.
I have a sneaking suspicion that in 15 years from now, we'll be doing exactly what we're doing today.
No flying cars.
No.
Stuck
in traffic an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle.
Boots that we run on an anti-gravity rail. No Jetsons.
It's going to be a lovely day.
No, it's good to think about that when I take my nap in the sun this afternoon.
Sunshine and 77 for your nap time. For tomorrow, though, things are going to change. We'll cool off to the low 60s. We look for some showers to roll in by afternoon. And then Thursday, drying out again, just mostly cloudy. Peaks of sunshine, 62 Thursday, 67 on Friday. Right now, it's sunny and 50 in Seattle.
Well, in 15 years, I'm going to be a darn good-looking 65-year-old. Watch out.
How'd you know what I was thinking?
Yeah, that's what we're all thinking. Coming up, more of the day's top local stories. This is Seattle's Morning News.
This hour is brought to you by WaFd Bank.
The G and Ursula Show, weekdays 9 to noon.
Why are we even looking at new taxes? We don't want any new taxes.
Can we just get a state income tax and we just make it easy? How long are we going to keep doing this? We're 49th. We're the 49th most regressively taxed state. I know you're all tired of hearing that, but we're sitting here, we're picking and choosing. We're trying to get money from Peter to pay Paul. This is exhausting.
Watch the G and Ursula Show live on YouTube, weekdays 9 to noon.
Hello, sunshine. And while you're out and about in the summer sun, make sure your bank accounts can keep up with you. Free checking with WaFd Bank can do that, and much more. No more worrying about minimum balances or monthly maintenance fees. And WaFd has thousands of fee-free ATMs and more than 200 branches to serve you across 9 western states. Plus, WaFd Bank offers new tools like voice-activated banking so you can check your balance and make transfers between your WaFd accounts using just your voice. You can do your banking while you're planting those spring flowers. You also have access to free tools like online and mobile banking, bill pay, person-to-person payments with Zelle, mobile check deposit, and full control over your debit cards to turn them on or off should they get misplaced. And you can choose from some pretty great-looking debit cards, including the Seattle Kraken and the Seawolves. So visit wafdbank.com to open your account today and find out why they were awarded Best Bank by Newsweek 3 years in a row. Non-sufficient funds charge may apply. WaFd Bank, member FDIC.
Eric Johnson here. I covered a lot of accidents over the past 30 years or so, but I never got to say much about what to do after a crash. Be honest, do you know what evidence to collect, what pictures to take, what documents to request, or what you shouldn't say to your insurance company? The Washington Accident Book Series is a must-have for drivers who want to be prepared for whatever the roads throw at them. Know your rights and how to avoid common mistakes after an accident by getting your free copy at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
It's time to break up with bad contractors. You know the ones. They ghost your calls, cancel on you, and leave a mess behind. Ready to settle down? Swipe right on Valentine Roofing. Our team delivers seamless communication, maintains meticulous job sites, and we stand by our work with a lifetime warranty. Valentine Roofing offers an upfront and honest approach to roofing. So, say goodbye to bad contractor relationships and hello to Valentine Roofing. Schedule your free estimate today by calling us at 206 Roofing.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
In 6/22/25, new customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hi, it's John Curley. Longevity Medical Clinic is your best plan for long-term well-being and personalized health care. Dr. Mixon, let me ask you a question. How long have some of your patients been working with you?
We've got patients now that have been with us for over 20 years that are in their 90s who came to us in their 60s. The grandparents now in their 90s are living independently. They're not on walkers. They're not on canes. They're not headed for nursing homes.
I meet people and they ask about, wow, you're in great shape. You have 12% body fat and stuff. What's the secret? I said, it's not a secret. Longevity Medical Clinic has been there for 25 years. There is no secret to the fact that if you make those small changes, you avoid the big, bad, horrible stuff that most of us just think, well, this is what's supposed to happen to me.
And if you're heading downhill and you don't change your direction, you're going to continue going downhill. And what we do at Longevity is we redirect you and we take you back up the hill.
So get your free health analysis. Go to longevitymedicalclinic.com. That's longevitymedicalclinic.com.
Ivers has opened its new Clam Digger Cafe on Pier 54 in the new Seattle Waterfront Park. Order off the menu, featuring new shareables like pretzel and beer cheese bites, crab and shrimp empanadas, a fried clam po' boy, or Ivar's margarita prawns. You can still get Ivar's favorites, including fish and chips, calamari, Seattle's favorite clam chowder, grilled salmon, or halibut. Try Ivar's new Clam Digger Cafe on Pier 54. Details at ivers.com.
If you want a dream bathroom without a humongous price tag, now's the time to call Bathfitter Northwest. Ursula Royteen here. I picked Bathfitter because they are the original one-day bath remodeler. They're a local, family-owned business that's been around for 40 years. They own every step in the process to make sure you get the best quality product and the best value. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Why would you choose anyone else? Call Bathfitter today.
If you're thinking about renovating an attic, spending more time in your sunroom, or building onto your home, a Carrier ductless unit is the perfect solution for climate control. It's efficient, quiet, and incredibly flexible when it comes to installation because there's no ductwork required. It's just one more way we're making your home totally comfortable.
Your local Carrier heating and cooling dealer will improve your home's comfort, air quality, and efficiency. Visit CarrierNorthwest.com to find the expert near you. Carrier, turn to the experts.
Unleash your best self with an endless pool from Olympic Hot Tub, the best swim spa you can own. Now through May 15th, save up to $8,800 on an endless pool swim spa package. OlympicHotTub.com. Better you, better life.
Now, the latest from KIRO Newsradio and MyNorthwest.com.
Live from East Lake Avenue.
You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
Good morning. It's 8:31. Dozens of protesters are waking up in jail this morning. They were arrested after a standoff that lasted several hours.
The University of Washington is now cleaning up. Pro-Palestinian protesters occupied an engineering building last night. They barricaded doors and set a dumpster on fire across the street.
KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey is live at the scene. Luke, what do you see there now?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Yeah, this is the interdisciplinary engineering building here in the heart of UW's campus, right across the street from the hub. I'm looking at crews from UW cleaning up now. All of the items that I've described throughout the morning being here are pretty much gone. They're power washing chalk messages left behind by protesters. Everything from Free Palestine to Stop Funding Genocide. Now it's all being power washed. You might be able to hear that in the background. They've cleaned up also things that not only the barricades from the doors, but things that they kind of painted a picture that protesters were going to be here for the long haul, or so they thought. But they were cleared out and many arrested, about 30 or so, around 10:30 last night. I'm talking about there are plenty of food containers and water bottles, but also there was a bag of blankets, wool blankets, 2 of them that were here left behind. They weren't used, but obviously you'd use that when it gets cold at night, right, or the wee hours of the morning. There was also a bag they cleaned up of black shirts that looked like they were going to maybe pass those out to people. They were like, a few dozen black shirts and other things in that bag as well. Crews have also mopped up after a dumpster fire right across the street from this quad here. It was smoldering just a few hours ago, but that is now gone. And then up the hill, I've been describing this all morning, kind of a scary scene to think about. Nothing violent happened here, but it appears that protesters, at least some of them on top of the hill at the entrance of the engineering building, were ready for a violent moment. And what I mean by that is UW crews told me they dragged bicycle racks and a sculpture here from different parts of the campus to create a barricade, but they also collected piles of rocks in 3 or 4 different areas. These rocks, some of the size of my fist, and then they also ripped off from different areas around campus these thick wood poles and piled those as well, almost as if they were ready to grab and use against perhaps police or other people. That didn't happen again. And I have a lot of the photos of all of these things, by the way, on my X channel at Luke KIRO, and we have them up on MyNorthwest.com as well. Really kind of some interesting photos and video as well. Pro-Palestinian protesters took over this building again yesterday afternoon, calling on UW to cut ties with Boeing. That was their message. Boeing, a military contractor, has donated around $10 million to this engineering building. Protesters renamed the building here for an engineering student they say was killed in an airstrike in Gaza. But around 10:30 last night, again, state troopers, UW police, and Seattle police moved in and arrested about 30 protesters. You'll remember back in February, protesters marched across campus with the same message about Boeing. And last year, they set up an encampment, a pro-Palestinian encampment for weeks on the UW campus. This time around, the university spokesperson said the school will not be intimidated any longer by this kind of behavior, especially violent behavior, which they considered this to be last night. UW did. And UW said they will continue to oppose anti-Semitism in all of its forms.
Okay.
Live on the UW campus, Luke Ducey, KIRO News Radio.
And dozens are still in jail right now. So many arrested. Some were brought to the Mailing Regional Justice Center in Kent because apparently there wasn't enough room in King County. Most of them have bail amounts of $1,000 and facing criminal trespass charges.
It's 8:34, and we need to get back to the Beacon Plumbing Traffic Desk for an update from Chris Sullivan.
Well, we're starting to see things get much better in the Pierce County area now, just more yellow than red in most places. However, coming up the Valley Freeway will still be pretty difficult once you get into King County from Auburn on up. Still over 30 minutes from Auburn and over 50 all the way from the Puyallup area. Northbound I-5 is thinning out up towards South Center, but from the beginnings of Boeing Field, it's going to be bumper to bumper all the way up. We've got basically 50 minutes from South Center and an hour and 20 all the way from Federal Way. Don't jump on 509 or 99 because we have a crash inside the 99 tunnel, or make that a stall. The right lane is blocked, and so we are seeing very heavy brake lights all the way up from basically 128th and Burien. West Seattle Bridge is backed up well before the golf course, so that tells you what you're dealing with now. Looks like we do have a crash on eastbound I-90 right before the Mount Baker Tunnel, which is causing the brake lights away from I-5. Going the other direction, we've got about a 35-minute trip now, just volume from Bellevue over to Seattle. That bridge is going to be pretty heavy. I-520 is thick over Portage Bay, but better in terms of travel time from Bellevue, and still about an hour and 25 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, so it's going to be a long haul coming out of Snohomish County. This report brought to you by Seattle Sports. Search Seattle Sports on YouTube, click subscribe to get fresh video content daily.
Get ready to soak up the sun. Temperatures bouncing back into the high 70s today. KIRO News Radio meteorologist Ted Beener says this isn't unusual for spring.
So the days just keep getting longer, greater opportunity to get warmer, and it's just that time of year where we're going to probably have the warmest day of the year so far, and maybe we'll do it again sometime next week.
We'll take it. Tomorrow and Thursday, we'll cool down to the low to mid 60s. Right now, a lot of sunshine. 51 at 8:36.
News matters. Experience counts. You're listening to Charlie Harger and Manda Factor, Seattle's morning news.
It's now 8:37. There is more turmoil for the company that bought up locally based Bartell Drugs.
Rite Aid plans to sell or close all of its stores as it files for bankruptcy for a second time. Sources tell Bloomberg the drugstore chain CEO Matthew Schroeder made the announcement to employees Monday. In 2020, Rite Aid bought all 69 stores owned by Bartell Drugs. Bartell, founded in Seattle in 1890, did not survive the pandemic. Rite Aid has struggled with falling prescription reimbursements, opioid case settlements, online competition, and most recently, tariffs. Heather Bosch, KIRO News Radio.
A person is dead after an apartment fire yesterday morning in Everett. Happened around 8:25 at the Woodhaven Apartments along Fowler Avenue in the city's South Forest Park neighborhood. Person was found inside a smoke-filled unit, declared dead at the scene. No one else was hurt. The cause of the fire is under investigation.
Also in Everett last night, a storage facility went up in flames. South County Fire says it started burning about 6:30, and firefighters captured some of the flames. The storage facility is behind the Safeway near Stickney Lake. South County Fire says 13 units were destroyed. Crews were able to save a shop connected to a unit that burned. No one was hurt. It's not clear what started that fire. We do have calls out to learn more.
Gig Harbor police say they have arrested 15 people in connection with a crackdown on retail theft. They held an emphasis patrol last Thursday and Friday. One of those people had been arrested in a previous operation. Another, they say, tried to pass a counterfeit bill.
The University of Washington is mourning the passing of a basketball pioneer. Richard Cruz was the first black player on UW's men's basketball team. The university says he died yesterday morning of Alzheimer's. He made history 70 years ago when he integrated the university's basketball program. Cruz was 89.
Okay. For the first time in a month, The Mariners have lost 2 games in a row.
Oh, my goodness.
I love it when that makes the headline.
Right.
2 games in a row for the Mariners. It was a tough extra innings loss against the Athletics. The M's had a 6-5 lead in the bottom of the 10th. That's before Andres Munoz gave up his first run of the season. Then in the bottom of the 11th, A's took advantage with the bases loaded, ending the game with a soft single through the middle of the infield. Mariners manager Dan Wilson spoke after the game, taking the blame for the loss.
That's on me, and that's a tough way to lose.
Wilson faces criticism for urging M's pitcher Casey Legumina to walk back-to-back hitters, loading up the bases in the bottom of the 11th. Well, they have a chance to rebound today. They have a game in Sacramento, so it feels weird to say, against the A's. First pitch at 7:05. Listen on our sister station, 710 Seattle Sports.
They have a chance to win another series. It was just one game in this series, right?
Yeah, glass half full.
We'll be fine. All right, Sully, what's your traffic hotspot?
Well, unusually, it's the northbound 99 drive getting into and through Seattle, starting well back in Burien. We've got a stall in the tunnel. Don't get that very often, so we'll break it down for you next.
KIRO Newsradio is right there with you.
A big story developing this morning.
On your smart speaker before you head out the door.
We get the latest live from KIRO News Radio's Luke Ducey.
Huge impacts for Boeing and Boeing workers.
The office, the gym, anywhere.
Water, like taxes, goes all the way down to the bottom, so it'll either come out of the employee's paycheck or the lack of raise.
KIRO News Radio. We're on YouTube, our app, your smart speaker, and 97.3 FM.
I saw her texting, coming up to a stop sign, and so I saw the accident coming, and she T-boned us.
In the blink of an eye, Crystal's life changed when she suffered a severe spinal injury.
The pain was something I had never experienced before in my neck. I got massage therapy. I saw a chiropractor. I was prescribed muscle relaxers so I could sleep. I got depressed. Nothing was relieving the pain.
Drugs, sleepless nights, and depression. Sound familiar? I'm Dr. Mark Shelley, a chiropractic physician and board-certified functional neurologist. At Sound Pain Solutions, our treatments include high-dose laser combined with spinal decompression and other comprehensive therapies to rehabilitate damaged discs. We use treatments that are non-surgical, FDA-cleared, drug and pain-free.
I was able to get off my pain medicines, and I was able to sleep through the night, and that was what I was desperate for.
To learn if you're a candidate for our treatment, call us. Sound Pain Solutions, 855-996-0025 or click soundpainsolutions.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-917-4635 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-917-4635. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-917-4635 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-917-4635.
It's 8:43, and at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk is Chris Sullivan.
Yeah, it has to take something pretty unusual for me to lead with when we've got hour and 25-minute trips from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. And it is. We have about a 7-mile backup on the 509-99 corridor from Burien, basically Highline, all the way up and through the downtown tunnel. About midway through the tunnel, we have a stall in the right-hand lane. And as I said, we're backed up all the way over the Duwamish, the First Avenue South Bridge, about a 7-mile backup. So if you could find any way to avoid that, the West Seattle Bridge isn't going to be much help either. It's backed up well before the golf course, almost to the triangle. So big delays there. And I-5 itself, it's still 50 minutes from South Center into downtown, bumper to bumper from beginning of Boeing Field all the way up. Hour and 20 total there. Looking at the Valley Freeway, still some brake lights in Pacific, a lot more in Auburn, and still more at the north end. Over 50 minutes again to make that trip. And then Renton to Bellevue is about 50 as well. We're seeing heavy brake lights through Factoria with the weaving and merging there right at I-90. Speaking of 90, we've got about a 35-minute trip now from Bellevue to Seattle. Amazon effect in effect today with everyone heading west. We've got brake lights over Mercer Island all the way over to I-5. 520 is running right around 28 minutes. It's heavy from basically Montlake over to I-5. And as I said, still an hour and 20 to an hour and a half from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue, just about maybe an hour and 5 just from Linwood. So that's not a good day. This report brought to you by Beacon Plumbing. For all your heating, electrical, septic, mechanical needs, stop freaking and call Beacon.
Well, this heat is just a one-day thing. We're going to see sunshine and 77 for today. Changing tomorrow as we see the clouds roll in. Occasional rain for the afternoon hours and 62 tomorrow. Mostly cloudy on Thursday and 62. Fridays we wrap up the week partly sunny, 67. It's 53 in Seattle right now.
8:45. Let's head to the news desk with Katrina Gishard.
A Thurston County handyman accused of murdering an 82-year-old Tenino woman will enter his plea in court this morning. Jeffrey Ziz has been charged with first-degree murder, felony murder, kidnapping, and unlawful disposal of remains. According to court documents, he had dinner with Marcia Norman back on April 1st. Then days later, deputies found her body buried in concrete under a shed. He's due in court at 9. An 11-year-old boy was arrested after police say he brought knives to a middle school. The Snohomish County Sheriff's Office confirms this is the same 11-year-old who tried to stab another student a month ago. Deputies went to Alderwood Middle School just after 3 yesterday afternoon. They say they found 2 knives on the boy when they got there. School had already been dismissed for the day, and no injuries were reported.
Thank you, Katrina. Coming up, G. Scott stops by the studio. He just barged in a moment ago.
I saw the barging.
He says, I have a hot take.
That sounds like G.
Let's find out what that hot take is coming up on Seattle's Morning News.
Nearly everyone wants to grow old in their own home. Yet, according to research conducted by Stanford University, 70% of Americans will not achieve this goal, despite having done a lot of retirement planning. Now, why does this happen? Hi, I'm Rajiv Nagaich, an elder law attorney who's been studying this phenomena for the last 20 plus years. The problem isn't the planning that you do. The problem is what you haven't been told. That's why retirement becomes a nightmare. Now, if you're wondering what you haven't been told, come to one of my retirement seminars this month. I'll shine the spotlight in all the dark corners so you can retire with confidence.
Join the free seminar in Federal Way on May 13th, Tacoma on May 15th, or Bellevue on May 17th. Register at lifepointlaw.com. That's lifepointlaw.com. Or call 253-838-3454.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Hey, it's Lori from Guardian Roofing, Gutters, and Insulation. Think insulation is only for the winter?
Think again. Upgrading attic insulation is a popular and cost-effective way to make your home more energy efficient. It's your secret weapon for staying cool in the summer, slashing utility bills, and boosting your home's air quality while keeping mold at bay. Need an attic overhaul or thinking about new insulation? Look no further. Guardian has your back. Call now and save $299 off attic ceiling and insulation, or visit us at guardianroofing.com.
Seattle's morning news. Hear it live, stream it online, watch the show, or catch the podcast anytime on mynorthwest.com.
And joining us from the G and Ursula show, coming up 9 to noon here on KIRO Newsradio, the one, the only, G. Scott.
So we were going to talk about Seahawks, but then you came barging through the door here 10 minutes or so ago and said, I've got a hot take.
Because I wanted a hot take was this. Tomorrow, May 7th, is when Real ID is what's needed to travel on these airlines. This is it. This is it. You're going to get it. You know that one parent that says, you're going to get it. You're going to get it. And then come that day, they're like, well, you better be good. That's Homeland Security now saying that even if you don't have the Real ID tomorrow, May 7th, they still will allow you to travel. So this is the parent that I'm going to tell you this.
Okay.
They're never going to make it mandatory for it to happen. I don't foresee it, and here's why.
Okay.
Because airlines are like, if you make it strict for people to only have real IDs to travel, we will lose out on money fast. We're not ready for that. So if they might extend this for another 20 years. I don't think it's going to happen. If there was ever a time for this to really happen and be really strict, it's probably with this regime. This administration in office. That would be the best time for that.
Well, let me expand on that. And this is not necessarily something I believe. But let me just phrase it in a way that I think could make it so that Real ID is necessary. And that is for one of the president's advisors to go, Mr. President, we are unable to confirm whether American citizens are flying, and the way we do that is by having the Real ID. Mr. President, we need to enforce the Real ID. Don't you think that would work?
Mm-hmm. It would work. And you know what also would work is if every employer right now in the country, from this day forward, in order for an employee to start working, you have to use E-Verify.
Mm-hmm.
You think that's going to happen? No. Because our country could not operate with that. There needs to be plausible deniability for the employer to say, okay, I see that Social Security card number and I see your birth certificate. Okay, great. Check. But if you made it mandatory for everyone to do E-Verify, guess what? You want to buy a roof? You want to buy these things? Instead of paying $20,000 for that roof now is going to be $40,000 because of E-Verify. So again, there's a lot of people. It reminds me of a Chihuahua. All bark, no bite.
So you really don't think there's going to be a big mess at the airport tomorrow?
No. And I'm glad you bring that up, Manda. Just imagine if they were really strict tomorrow on Wednesday. Sully be over there. Luke Ducey would be over there.
I'm sure Luke is going
to be there anyway.
Perry Cooper is going to be going crazy. Do you know how much of a madhouse? It's a madhouse without Real ID come Memorial Day. Can you imagine what it would be like? There would be a whole separate, Luke Ducey's live from SCA. There's an 8-hour wait. We're not ready.
Don't know. Is that out of the realm of possibility, Sully?
No, I think it could still happen. Because all the Homeland Security said that they will allow to fly, but with other requirements, which means additional screening. We still don't know where they're going to put those people for additional screening. There's no room at SEA for that or how long that might take. But either way, even with this announcement, they're saying if you got a flight, be there 3 hours ahead of time.
Well, look, this was implemented in 2005. In 2005, we said, listen, airline security is paramount. We just had the worst terror attack in American history in 2001. So guess what, everybody? We're going to have to start identifying you using Real ID. And guess what, everybody? You're going to have to take your shoes off at the airport. Hey, everybody, you're going to have to go through all of these strict challenges. And for whatever reason...
Go ahead.
I don't feel any safer. Do you feel any safer? I sure don't.
No, at the airport?
Yeah.
I I feel safer.
I feel safe at the airport.
Come on, what?
Well, no, I don't feel any safer than I did before 2005, is what I'm saying. I just don't.
I think we have no idea what's going to happen at the airport, but Luke Ducey will be there tomorrow
Charlie, you don't
to
feel
figure
safe?
it out.
No, I
Charlie,
feel
you're the safest dude I know. I don't know anybody that looks safer than you.
Yeah. Not safe, safer.
When I look in the dictionary and I see safe, I see a picture of Charlie.
Charlie.
You just spent your entire weekend in North Bend. You can't get as safe as Charlie. What'd you do this weekend? And then when you brought them damn noisemakers.
All right. Listen to the G and Ursula show coming up at 9 o'clock here on KIRO News Radio.
Sully is at the Beacon Plumbing traffic desk.
And we are still working with about a 6-mile backup on northbound 99, basically from the First Avenue South Bridge all the way through downtown Seattle because of a stall inside the tunnel. About halfway through the tunnel, right lane remains blocked, so that's a huge issue. I-5 itself, still an hour and 20-minute trip from Federal Way to Seattle, with 50 of those minutes from the South Center area, so though that I-5 corridor is pretty rough. 35 minutes on I-90 and 30 on 520 to go from Bellevue to Seattle. Renton to Bellevue, still about 50 minutes. 50's popular from Puyallup to Renton, and an hour and 20 minutes from Everett to Seattle or Bellevue. We are in it today. This report brought to you by Washington 811. If you're digging in your yard, the law requires you to call 811 to avoid dangerous and costly damage. Call 811 or submit online, digsafewa.com.
I've decided my days are not complete unless I hear G. Scott say your name, Charlie.
Charlie.
Yes. It's a beautiful day. Mostly sunny, 77 for today. We do expect some showers to roll in by tomorrow afternoon. Just light stuff in 62. Partly cloudy on Thursday at 62. It's 53 in Seattle right now.
Amanda, we got to get ready for that fun interview for tomorrow.
I know. I can't wait.
We'll bring it to you. We're very excited about the musician we're talking to.
Jake and Spike.
Is pickleball a real sport?
It's the official state sport of Washington. It's a sport.
A real sport.
I was at an event this weekend, and these guys were talking pickleball. I'm like, oh, you guys play fat tennis? These guys, they're dead serious about their pickleballing.
Now, why do you think that is? Why don't they take it?
They enjoy it.
I love to lay on a hammock. I'm not a professional at it.
Not a professional. If you could be, you would be. Though,
I could be, I would be.
Here.
The Jake and Spike Show.
Weekdays, noon to 3.
On KIRO News Radio 97.3 FM.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
If it's time for a new bath, go with a name you can trust, Bathfitter Northwest. Bathfitter is the original one-day bath remodeler, and right now they're offering 0% interest for 24 months, and for a limited time, they'll pay your sales tax. Call Bathfitter today.
2025 is the year to break up with bad contractors. You know the ones. They ghost your calls, cancel on you last minute, leave a mess behind, and refuse to commit. If you're ready to settle down, swipe right on Valentine Roofing. Our team delivers seamless communication from start to finish, meticulously clean job sites, and we stand by our work with a lifetime warranty. We don't just make promises, we're committed to providing you with the Valentine experience, one you'll never forget. And with flexible financing options like 0 down and 0% interest until 2026, your wallet will love Valentine Roofing too. Stop dating around to find the right contractor. Valentine Roofing